we're going to introduce everybody that's here so that posterity can see who's here in the flesh. Come across, Barrett, and introduce yourself.
My name is Barrett Taylor. I'm the son of Laura Taylor and grandson of Pat Barrett.
Junior.
Junior.
Yeah, thank you.
My name is Dean Taylor, and I'm the oldest son of Laura Taylor and the eldest grandchild of Pat Barrett Jr.
I'm Laura Barrett Taylor. I'm the eldest child of Pat Barrett Jr. and the proud mother to Dean and Barrett.
And I'm Janice Barrett. I inherited this incredible family when I married Pat Montgomery Barrett Jr., also known as Toad or Papa or what else?
I can't repeat the other name.
I am Catherine Riley. I am Don Barrett's daughter. I am married to Matt Riley. I have Kate Riley and John Riley, and I am the granddaughter of Pat and Sarah Barrett.
Hey, Matt.
And I am Matt Riley. I'm married to Catherine, and I'm the favorite son-in-law.
That's absolutely right.
Hey, I'm Kate Riley. I am the granddaughter of Don Barrett. I would like to say favorite.
And your mother
is Catherine Riley.
Hey, I'm John Riley. I'm the son of Catherine Riley and the grandson of Don Barrett.
All right.
Hello, I'm John Oliver McGill, son of Mildred Barrett and grandson of Pat Jr.
Yeah.
Pop. Yeah. And this is my son Sebastian and Belle, my daughter.
All right, great. Come on, Precious.
I'm Margaret Roberts. I am Sarah Barrett Harvey Roberts' daughter and Sally Barrett, Barrett's granddaughter.
That's it. Perfect.
I'm Annie Hatchett. I'm the granddaughter of Olivia Barrett Linfield.
Thank you. All right.
I'm Bill Barrett, the son of Will Barrett.
William Burwell Barrett. Right. Thank you.
I am Eva Barrett. I'm the husband of Bill Barrett.
And proud to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm the wife.
You're the wife.
I'm Mary Gannon Barrett Walters, and I'm Don Barrett's granddaughter, Richard Barrett's daughter, wife to Trevor, and soon-to-be mom to Beckett.
All right.
I'm Trevor Walters. I'm Mary's husband and Don's favorite grandson-in-law.
That's exactly right. Okay.
I'm Nancy Catherine Foose Barrett, wife of Don Barrett, mother of Richard Barrett, Catherine Riley, and Charles Barrett.
Thank you, baby.
And I am Richard Rumpf Barrett, eldest son of Don and grandson of Sarah and Pat.
Thank you. All right. Whew. So, during the day, I'm going to show these photographs. You probably won't be able to see them from there, but we'll circulate them later as we're riding to Jackson. And I have, at the end of the day, everybody will have a packet that will have all the photographs that we show today at any of the 3 cemeteries, plus the supporting data and documents that we show today that I hope you find interesting. You're also going to have a book that was done by my cousin Tom Nicholson, A History of the Barrett Family through about 1975. That's very interesting, and a lot of my material came from that, but it will flesh out things, and everybody will get a copy of that as well. So we'll start our tour today at the tombstone. I hope I don't get emotional. If I do, it'll be here or Sarah Harvey's.
It's okay.
Which is cool.
We love you and the family.
Pat Jr. is my brother, Pat Montgomery Barrett Jr. We'll talk about his, for whom he was named, his father, but also Captain Montgomery, a hero in the Civil War in Mississippi and a great friend of my great-great-grandfather. Pat Jr. Here's the first picture I have of Pat Jr. He's running into his father's arms. He's about 2 years old. This would be 1944, and it's a great picture. It was taken by Uncle Will Barrett, we think. It may have been 1945 because Will was, unless he was home on leave, was on active duty in the service during World War II. But that's the first picture. My memory really of Pat Jr. doesn't begin until about age 5. Here's the second photo of Pat Jr. taken about age 5. That's Pat. This is Lindbergh Porter, Daddy's great friend, and our friend too as well. And his children and grandchildren are our friends, and great-grandchildren are our friends now. This is Pat Jr., and you can see how welcoming he is to his new baby brother, John William. Pat Jr., the reason I'm called Don Barrett is Pat Jr. Was 3 when I was born. He was a little tongue-tied or something. Say hello to your baby brother. Say hello, John. He'll, hello, Don. They thought it was funny, and I've been stuck with it for 79 years. Mama would dress Pat Jr. and me early every morning, put shorts on us and shoes. Sometimes I would come home with my shoes. You know, Pat Jr. generally did. And we were on the streets, free till dark, free to roam. Our 2 best friends were John Tate and Bubba Taylor, lived around the corner. They had 2 older brothers. Both of them were football stars at Ole Miss, Tommy Taylor and Chico Taylor. But John Tate was Pat Jr.'s age, and Gary, called him Bubba, was my age, and we were fast friends. Every day we would go to their house and spend the day, or we would invite them over and they would spend the day at our house, or rather we would start there. When it was their turn to call and invite us, it would always be John Tate, and John Tate was, if you think Pat Jr. had a speech impediment, John Tate really did, and he couldn't begin to say Pat Jr., but he could say Don. He'd say, "Me Barrett, can Don and he come over and play?" And Don and he would go over there, and we would wind up generally in a fight or something, but we would be fast friends the next day, and it would start all over. Pat Jr., all wonderful traits. Probably his best trait is how dutiful and organized he was. Organized. He kept all his things neat. It bothered him that mine weren't so neat. He kept all of his important things locked. Daddy had given each one of us a little wooden locker with a hasp on it that you could actually lock it if you wanted to. Well, I didn't care to lock mine, but he locked his. Had a gray combination lock on it, and I wasn't interested in looking at it until one day I walked by and he was opening it and he hid his, so I couldn't see it. Well, that was a challenge, and it took about 2 years. But I finally, just looking at the numbers, glancing as I went by, but I finally figured it out, 10, 24, 14. And from then on out, until Pat Jr. graduated from high school, Larry Gann and I would spend many a morning over there seeing what was new in his locker, including some pretty steamy messages between him and Beth Bell, now Beth Yates, the widow of Jack Yates. And Pat Jr. had no idea that we had ever done it. We'll get to that story in a little bit. Well, why not do it right now? When we had our new camp over at Random Shot, the old one burned, and we rebuilt it in about 1985. And Pat Jr. had a locker over there too, of course, and he had a chain around it. And I went in one day, and there was that lock, that old gray lock. I immediately saw it. I hadn't seen it in years, but I remember that number, 102414. And so I didn't do anything with it, but I opened it up, and I moved a hammer a little bit. And the next day, he came out and said, "Who's been in my drawer?" I mean, that's how he was. Well, that was it. And then from then on, I never bothered anything, but I would move one or two things just a little bit, and he was make him nervous. And finally, after maybe 10 years, we were all over there one night, and he came out and said, "All right, I've had it. Who is getting into my locker?" And I looked at him, and everybody got quiet, and I said, 102414. And he just sank like that. And he said, "How long have you known?" I said, "Since about 1955. That was one of my great days. Pat Jr. would Mama would try to keep us busy and on Saturdays. And I remember one time she was having us pick up sticks, a useless exercise, at least I thought. But Pat Jr. was told to pick up sticks. He's picking up sticks, and he had all his in a pile and everything, and mine, I didn't have much of a pile. And I remember he thought that was a great injustice because Mama gave us both a quarter, and it probably was. Pat Jr. was a really good high school football player. Really good high school football player. He played quarterback. He was on some of Coach Woodson Earle's, the legendary Coach Woodson Earle's best teams. And I can't say enough about his football ability. He was salutatorian of his high school class. He was a BMOC, big man on campus, no question. He had a shiny black 58 Chevrolet with spinners and hubcaps. He was something. He went to Millsaps, did well in Millsaps, played football for 4 years. The team didn't do well. They had 4 different coaches in 4 years, but he was, Pat Jr. loved it. He made great friends there. One of them is we met Rocky Lewan, and who's now formed a fast friendship with any of us that hunt at Random Shot. He's been a member there for 50 years, ever since we started it. Pat Jr. had a good time at Millsaps, although he did well. I remember one Saturday morning he was home and something had happened, and Mama was fussing at him, and she called and said, "You're just a good time Charlie." And Pat Jr. thought that was a compliment, and I did too, kind of. But anyway, I remember that, stuck with me. I always enjoyed going to Millsaps and spending weekends with him. He was, to be a kid brother, he was 3 years younger. It's a big difference then. He was nice to me, and I included me with the college group when I went down there, and I always appreciated it. After Millsaps, Pat Jr. went to law school at Ole Miss. He married Helen Peoples while he was there, and he was soon back in Lexington raising his family and practicing law. Pat Jr. was a really good lawyer. He became known, and for good reason, as the best railroad accident lawyer in the state of Mississippi. A defense lawyer told me one time, he worked for the railroad, that he would rather try a case against anybody in the United States than Pat Barrett, because he's always so prepared. I'll tell a quick story about that. Sometimes Pat Jr. would over-prepare a witness. Well, one time he did, memorably. There was a train accident. A person was killed on a railroad track south of Chula, about 5 miles. Apparently no witnesses. And you have to prove that, the railroad's got the right-of-way on their tracks. And you got to prove they did something illegal or wrong, or there was nobody there to say they were speeding. Was the whistle blowing? Who knew? The only witness is dead. Was the bell ringing? Who knew? Well, Pat Jr. went down there and he looked around. There was talked up and down. There was an old abandoned house about 50 yards away, but nobody lived there. and he talked to everybody else, nothing. He was down there one morning just one more time, kind of scratching his head, and lo and behold, that somebody did live in that house. He was an old, elderly man, very elderly. And Pat Jr. went over and asked him, who told him who he was, who he represented. Did you happen to see that? Right? Yes, sir, I saw it. Said, was the train whistle blowing? No, wasn't nothing blowing. Said that train was blowing through there. It must have been going 100 miles an hour. No whistle, wasn't no bell like it usually was. And that was Pat Jr. He had his witness. He had his case. And he was so excited about it that he worked hard with him to get him ready. And about 2 months before the trial, he went down there and to talk to him. And the guy, like I said, was very elderly. He didn't recognize Pat Jr. He didn't remember anything about an automobile accident or a train wreck. Oh, Pat Jr. was just sick, but he kept talking to him and got him to remember again. And from that day on, he drilled him, went down and drilled him every day about, here's the question, here's the answer. So the trial starts. And call your first witness, Mr. Barrett. And he calls this elderly black gentleman. And he comes up, hobbles up to there, and sits down. Pat Jr. said, "What is your name?" And the guy said, "The whistle wasn't blowing and the bell wasn't ringing." The jury laughed, Judge Clark laughed, but guess what? Pat Jr. won his case. Pat Jr. had a great sense of humor. He was quick to laugh. He was always ready to help, and he was loyal to his family and to his friends. And to me. I think about him every day. I miss him. He always had my back, always. You grandchildren and you, Laura, I'm sure you have your own favorite stories. Here's my favorite picture of Pat Jr. I missed one. This is a birthday party that Pat Jr. had on. It was his. It was, let's see, 1952. He was 10, and guess who got to come to the party and having more fun than all as me. But these are all his friends. I've labeled all these names. I won't go over them now, but it'll be something that you can show your friends when you get your package. This is my favorite picture of Pat Jr. It's a good picture of him, but he's got his leisure suit on. In later years, he denied that he ever had one, and so this popped up, and I was glad to keep it. Laura, would any of y'all like to say something about Pat Jr.? I'm sort of at a stopping point. And you have to stand close to me because you got to talk through this mic.
I just wanted to say that, echo the words that my father loved Holmes County, loved Lexington, never wanted to live anywhere else, took very much pride in the history of the town, the family, and one thing to be said is he was loyal. He had friends for his whole lifetime who loved him dearly and still do to this day. He could tell a story. He was engaging. His memory, he could recall any event, any date, knew every cousin, every aunt. He honored his ancestors. He instilled that love of family in me and my children so that we all have very close relationships and memories with our great aunts and uncles, with our grands, with our cousins. So we're going to carry that legacy on, and we thank you very much. And we look forward to this family living on through connecting and doing what's important, loving family and living a life of integrity and character.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, we're going to go now. Oh, okay. Come on.
So I grew up in a big city, and I had a quite different childhood than my grandfather. And he found it his duty to show me life on his terms and at his pace. And I'm so glad that he did. I have so many memories growing up. He taught me how to hunt, how to fish, how to love the land, and really to be a gentleman. And I think about him every single day. Really what he showed me was how big the little things are in life. And he was my hero. he was always a rock for me in my life, and I miss him dearly, and I continue to go to him often for counsel.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move now. Oh, you want? Okay. All right, Barrett, come tell us.
I can only echo what my mom and brother said, but I wanted to tell a story about the last duck hunt I went on with my granddad. There was nothing flying and we weren't shooting, so we were sat down on a bank in the mud, and I wanted to lie down and take a nap, which he didn't really appreciate. But about 30 minutes into that nap, armadillo jumped up behind my head onto me, and I fell over into the water and was soaking. He didn't say anything, but he was laughing for the rest of the hunt at me. He was a great man, and I'm lucky to have him as a grandfather.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Okay, we're going to go now to the headstone of Donald Ray McGill, Jr. Donald Ray McGill, Jr., this is his photograph, born in Houston, Texas on June 24, 1978, and died in a car crash north of Winona, Mississippi on Interstate Highway 55 on April 2, 2000, on his way back to Ole Miss from Jackson in a rainstorm when his car hydroplaned on a puddle of water and ran off the road and hit a tree. Donald was my sister Mildred's older son, and thus my nephew, but more importantly, he was the older brother of John Oliver McGill and the uncle of Sebastian and Belle McGill, all of whom are here today. To my knowledge, this is an accurate picture of Donald. He was always smiling, and he had a warm smile, as you can see here. The next photograph is a good one as well. It's really not just of Donald, but that's him in the forefront right here. He's looking at the camera. I'm guessing this is a birthday celebration for him in Mississippi in 1981 when he was 3 years old. The other people here are Patrick Barrett, Richard Barrett with the moose head, Charles Barrett with missing about 9 teeth, my sweet sister Sally Barrett Williamson, and here's Sarah, Margaret Montgomery's mother as a child, and this is the only picture that I have of Rachel Barrett, the half sister who's deceased. This is my daughter Catherine. This is Jonathan Barrett, and that's all. But there were a lot of happy times were spent together, and when they would come to Texas, from Texas to Mississippi, it would excuse for all the local Barretts and their friends to gather and have a party, and that's just one of them. Everybody loved Donald. I sure did. He was smart. I mean, he was like really smart. He was friendly, and he was funny, and all the family misses him. It's a tragedy. He had a great life in front of him. I'd like to call on John Oliver McGill, his brother, and now a very successful Toyota automobile dealer in Houston, and to share his memory of his brother.
Hello. Like cousin Dean, or my nephew Dean said, Donald and I spent many years growing up here, our second home in Lexington, Mississippi, and we loved it so much. He loved it so much. Just the joy and love and warmth and compassion of the family and the good times and memories, and something I will cherish for the rest of my life, and I know he does, still does, and I miss him every day, but we're very happy to do this and honor him and everyone else here. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I mean, yeah, okay. All right, we're next going to go over to my uncle Will Barrett, William Burwell Barrett Jr., and his precious sweet wife Sue. I'm standing by the headstone of William Burwell Barrett and Sue Drennan Barrett, his wife. Uncle Will was born in Lexington on December 21, 1906, and died February 21, 1994 at the age of 91. Aunt Sue was born on October 14, 1915, and died December 9, 2007. I've known them both since I was a small child. My first recollections of anybody that wasn't my mama and daddy or Pat Jr. are of them. It seemed like I saw Will every day, and I know I saw Sue because Sue was Daddy's secretary before she and Will were ever married, and I love them both. They were married on June 6, 1956. I was 11 years old. Here's what I remember of all that. Back in the spring, I'd heard whispers that Will, who was notoriously shy about, and well, private is a better word, that I heard that, and he was a confirmed bachelor. He was 50 years old already. That he was courting Sue. And I don't know where I heard it, but I immediately asked Daddy about it, Daddy and Mama at the supper table, and Daddy was very upset that I'd heard about it. Don't say a word, he said. If Will hears talk like that people are talking about him around town and about him and Sue, he may just drop any plans he has of getting married. He needs to marry this precious lady. Daddy loved both of them, and he knew they would be great for each other. And anyway, they got married. Because Sue had previously been married, it was appropriate to have a low-key wedding, and which they did, just the two of them. They had Brother Paul Bragg they went to the Baptist parsonage in Lexington, and in fact he parked around behind the house. It was all, just very private. And I'd been told of these plans, and so I bought them a wedding present. Got it at Patterson's Variety Store. It was a little Bible with a color picture of Jesus on the front of it, and I probably paid 75 cents for it. And I went home and I got a cup of rice from the kitchen, and I went over to the parsonage and hid in the bushes. And when they were finished and were driving back down the driveway to get onto Pine Street and go on the honeymoon, I stepped out and threw the present in the back seat. The windows were down. There were no air conditioners on cars back in those days. And I threw rice all over both of them. And they laughed. I mean, Will was glad I did. So I was scared I was going to get a whipping when I got home, but I didn't. It's interesting to me and a little heartwarming to me that Bill Barrett, their son, and I hope will come and say a word or two, still has that Bible. It's now, after over 60 years of use, it's pretty ragged, but it's right there. This is my favorite picture, and again, you're going to have these to pass around later. This is my favorite picture of Will and Sue. It looks like a picture that was taken for some formal occasion, and it's a very good one of both of them. Will and Sue were devoted to each other. Wow. I asked Bill if he could, had an earlier picture or two of Will, and he did. This one was taken. I don't think Bill's sure, and I'm certainly not, but we don't know whether this was taken post-war. And just reflective of his Navy hat on, or whether, and the typewriter, or whether this was taken while he was actually on active duty. Will served faithfully in the Coast Guard. Very important. The Coast Guard was back in World War II, especially in those early years when there's so many of our ships being sunk right off our coast by the German submarines, and. Will loved to hunt and fish. This is a picture. Somebody took this picture of him over at Bee Lake. The Daddy and Will and Harold Hammett and who else? Wilburn Hooker, maybe one or two other of their friends in Lexington, got a person that owned, Billy Martin Smith was his name, that owned property over on Bee Lake to give them an acre, and they put up a pretty nice, elaborate 2-story cabin, screened downstairs and stuff, a camp house. And it was very nice. It was there for years and years and years. They finally took it down, fell apart in the 1960s or 70s. But they used it and used it all the time. And this is Will over there. That outboard motor he got was built by my daddy from parts that he assembled. Now this is the last picture I have of Uncle Will. Very much out of character, you think. It shows him, it was taken during wartime, and it shows him as a pirate with a knife in his teeth, and he's swinging from a rope, and he looks very grimacing, and he's got a pirate's cap on. And that picture, Will told me that picture was taken by his friend John Gerard, who went on to, he became an accomplished photographer for the New York Times and the national publications in the post-war years. But he inculcated in Will both the love of photography and here's how you take it where it means something, where it's a great picture. And most of the pictures that we have of the family are Will Barrett taken. Here, I just picked one at random. This is Daddy's dog named Black Pat. The year's about 1947, and there's a handsome little boy here. I can't figure out who that might be. Looks a little like me. All right. Will not only took photographs, but he had a full dark room in the basement of the house where Bill and Eva live now. It's known as the Barrett house. I'm going to talk about it a little bit later. Daddy always referred to it till the time of his death as the house. He got to run up to the house. But you'd think his house would be his home after 50 years, but no, the house is where he grew up. So it's the house. But he had a dark room there, and Will taught me how to develop negatives and prints, and how to use the various chemicals, and how to do it, and how to make them this way and that way, and how to do this and that. And it was really an education. I took a photography course at Ole Miss one summer just to pick up the hours, and I was so far ahead of the teacher, it wasn't even funny. I mean, it was, in fact, I used a couple of Will's negatives one time on an assignment I didn't have time to take them, but I did develop it myself. But it was some bird dog climbing a tall ladder, and they thought that was a great picture. How'd you ever get him to do that? Oh, it wasn't hard. Will would take Pat Jr. And later on Pat Jr. and me duck hunting. Daddy didn't duck hunt, he worked all the time. He loved us and spent time with us at home, but he didn't have time to have a hobby. He didn't duck hunt, he didn't play golf much. But Will took the time to take both of us hunting. I appreciate it very much. I still appreciate it. I still think about the time that we had together sitting in those duck blinds, mostly freezing to death because the clothes you had back then and the waders you had weren't insulated or anything. But it was fun. Will was also kind to everybody else. I'll tell you a story. He had a neighbor and a friend named Denton Roseman. He was the tax assessor in Lexington, and he died suddenly as a fairly young man. Had a son that was by this time he was out of school, but he had a little 3-year-old son named Bill Roseman. And Will was kind to him, and one day he took him fishing. And Will loved to tell this story. They went out to Jelly Thompson's pond out at Coxburg. We're going to talk about Jelly a little bit later. That was his brother-in-law. But anyway, he took out there, and you had to park your car at the base of this little pond levee, and it was a pretty steep base. But the only way you can get up to the pond without going through briar patches was to go up the levee. And Will said, Bill, I'll take the crickets up and the poles, and you just follow me and we'll get up and we're going to really catch some fish when you get to the top. I want to tarry the crickets, he said. Will said, no, son, you'll drop them, you'll spill them, and you know, then we won't be able to fish. He said, let me take them. Come on, let's go. I want to tarry the crickets. Will said, okay, son, be careful now. So Bill got the crickets and got about maybe half the way up the levee, tripped and fell, went tumbling down. The cricket box went tumbling down, all the crickets gone. Bill got up, red-faced, looked at Will, shook his finger at him, said, now, God-damn it, look what you done. So that was, Will loved to tell that story. At this time, Bill, would you come and say something about your mom and dad? I know you've got a whole lot better perspective than I do or than anybody else. You come, you go.
I'll just add a little bit to what Don said. My daddy, Will Barrett, was the third child, oldest son of W.O. Barrett. And he, as Don said, at some point he met my mother, who was Pat's secretary. And I've often wondered if Pat thought that my daddy was going to the law office to visit him when he was actually going to visit his secretary. But my daddy graduated from Tulane University and married my mother, Sue. They were married for several years. My mother's maiden name was Drennan. And I just leave one word of advice, the best advice my daddy gave me. And it came in useful years later. Loose lips sink ships.
Thank you, Bill. Bill has certainly lived by that adage all these years. The next headstone is special to me, and I think it's special to all of us. I know it is certainly to Margaret. Sarah Barrett Harvey Roberts, born March 31, 1978, and passed away on September 17th, 2020. Sarah is the late wife of Patrick Roberts and the mother of Margaret Montgomery Roberts, and Margaret, who's here this morning. She's the daughter of my precious sister, Sally Barrett Williamson, buried here beside her, and was the sister of James Stevens Caden, who now lives in Nashville. If I get emotional about anybody today, it's going to be Sarah. She had more troubles, physical troubles, in her whole life than any other 5 people that I know put together. And yet she was never bitter. She was always cheerful. She was always optimistic. One of my favorite hymns is one written by that great songwriter of Methodism, Charles Wesley. Oh, for 1,000 tongues to sing. And the last verse of it goes like this. Hear him, ye deaf, his praise, ye dumb, your loosened tongues employ. Ye blind, behold, your Savior come, and leap, ye lame, for joy. I cannot hear that song without thinking about sweet Sarah, who was born with severe spinal abnormalities. She was lame. As a child, she had major surgery after major surgery so she could walk. After every surgery, she would be in a full body cast, sometimes for months. She never felt sorry for herself. She always tried to cheer up people around her instead of the other way around. After all her surgeries, she could walk, but she walked with a really bad limp. She was lame all her life. In addition to being very pretty, Sarah was very smart. After sailing through Ole Miss and then through law school there as well, she was invited to join the legal staff of Mississippi Attorney General Jim Hood. She had a successful career there as an assistant attorney general with important responsibilities for the state until she died. In 2014, when little Margaret was only 2 years old, Sarah was diagnosed with cancer. She battled this cancer for 6 years with her usual grit and determination, always optimistic, always cheerful, always keeping her family cheerful. On September 17, 2020, Sarah was called home to be with her Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, to be forever without pain, without a limp, and with a perfect body. In spite of Sarah's overwhelming, to most people, problems, she was a beacon of courage and Christian serenity and joy. She had it. Sarah Barrett Harvey Roberts is a person to remember. Would anybody like to add to what I've said about Sarah?
I'm Sarah's oldest cousin, Laura, and she loved her family. Nothing was more important to her. And Margaret, she loved you so much, and she wanted only the best for you. And we're going to carry that legacy on of kindness and compassion and unconditional love. And whenever times get tough, we're going to remember Sarah's fight. We love Sarah, and we love our family, and we love our precious Margaret.
Amen. Okay, we're going to go now to the headstone of Sally. We're at the headstone of Sally Barrett Williamson, Sally Burwell Barrett Williamson. This is my favorite photograph of her. If you could zoom in on that. She's in her riding regalia. She loved to ride and was an accomplished equestrian. Talk about that a little bit later. Sally Burwell Barrett Williamson was the mother of Sarah Roberts, whom she adored. Thank goodness Sarah, who battled cancer all that time, outlived Sally. It would have crushed her for her daughter to have died before her, and she didn't. Sally was born August 22, 1957 at the old hospital in Greenwood, not where the Greenwood LaFleur Hospital is now, but back up the street on River Road, a quarter of a mile. This old 3-story building, looked like something out of the 1600s. But I was 6 and Pat Jr. was 9. We were both too young to go inside the hospital, but we were allowed to go around the back. And they were up on the 3rd floor, and the nurse held Sally up and for us to see her. Remember it like it was yesterday. Sally was endearing to everybody, even to her brothers, but Pat Jr. and I, Sally, I'm sorry, were merciless in the way we teased her and played tricks on her. But the worse we acted, the more she loved us. Sally was smart as a whip. She excelled in high school and college and law school. As we got older, the age difference didn't matter so much, and we enjoyed each other's company a lot and often as adults. After Mama died in 1990 and Daddy was in his 80s, Sally and her husband, Rusty Williamson, moved in to help Daddy, sort of to help him, mostly to make a home for him. He didn't need any help until right at the last, but to help take care of him, and they did a great job of it. Sally was a worrier. She would laugh about it herself, but she was always had her antenna up for the next thing to worry about. Once I told her, I said, "Sweetheart, quit worrying about that." She said, "Is there something else I need to be worrying about?" We had a routine. We would call each other when one of us had a birthday, first thing in the morning, just to say happy birthday. One time I forgot. At least I'd forgotten about it until about 6:30 a.m. on her birthday when she called me and said she was relieved to hear my voice, that she'd figured I must have died overnight. I didn't miss another birthday call. Sally, as I said earlier, was a horse person. She and her best friend, Carolyn Cunningham, learned to ride together, and it became a lifetime passion for her and a source of relaxation and fun with her. You saw that picture in her horsey outfit. She always had owned horses in the pasture out beside our house and down the hill. We owned about 7 or 8 acres, still do, about 7 or 8 acres down there, and she always kept horses. I remember that Daddy bought her first horse when she was 10 years old. I asked, what's the horse's name? And apparently she hadn't thought about it. She said, the name is Boy. And Pat Jr. pointed out, Sally, it's a female horse, a mare. Sally never missed a beat. She said, yes, his whole name is Girly Boy. And that was his name for the next 12 or 15 years. It would be a better world if everybody had a sister like Sally. Does anybody have anything to add? Somebody help Nancy come up here.
Where do you want me to stand on?
Right here by me.
Okay, thank you, Dean. Well, I have to read what I wrote so I won't forget. It's my joy this morning to tell you a little about my sister-in-law, Sally. When I first met Sally, I was 15, she was 10. And she was a beautiful little blonde 10-year-old. I can say truthfully, from that first meeting until the day Sally died, we never had a crossword. She was a precious sister-in-law to me, always. She was delightful, sweet, and very intelligent. Sally loved horses, and Don told you, and from the time she was a little girl, she rode them. And she kept them all her life for her children, her grandchildren, her grandchild, Margaret Montgomery, and her nieces and nephews, and great nieces and nephews. My grandchildren rode her horses. Her favorite horse, Don said, was Girly Boy, but she had another horse who was her favorite called Bodala. Sally was, as members of one of Mississippi's fox hunting clubs, she really was an accomplished equestrian. And she looked beautiful in her British horse riding, fox hunting outfit. We have pictures of her. In her education from the first grade through high school, college, and law school, she excelled in all her studies. Her 2 children, Sarah Harvey Roberts and James Caden, were the joys of her life, along with her beautiful granddaughter who's with us today, Margaret Montgomery. I want to tell you all of her character. This is very important. Once at a revival meeting in our church, Sally rose and responded quickly to the call to Christian commitment, and she knelt in prayer at the communion rail of our church. It was a poignant moment for me. And I told her how much I enjoyed seeing her go down and make that commitment. And she said, well, the only thing I didn't understand was, why didn't everybody go down there? And I thought, what a sweet heart she had to think everybody should join her at the prayer rail. So I will end my memories of Sally on that thought, knowing that we will all see sweet Sally again in heaven.
Thank you, Nancy. Nancy's going to have knee surgery next week, and so we're a knee replacement, so she's hobbling around a little bit, but thank you so much. All right, we're now going to move up and reset at the last headstone here on this part of the cemetery of my mother and father, Pat and Sarah Barrett. This is the headstone of Pat Montgomery Barrett, and Sarah Stevens Barrett, his wife. Pat Barrett, Pop, Daddy, was born in Lexington in 1909 and died in Lexington 89 years later on Christmas Eve 1998. He loved Lexington. He loved his family for sure, and everybody loved him, but he loved Lexington, let me tell you. When I was 7 years old, Daddy said, "Come, I want you to go with me." One Saturday morning, and he took me up. He had keys to everything. Took me up to the courthouse. It was locked. He had a key. Went in, went to some door that I'd never seen before, and opened that lock. It opened up to these dimly lit stairs, and you went up 2 flights, and then you'd go through another door, and then it became almost a ladder, and then you'd walk across, and eventually it got to the tip top of the courthouse square clock. You were way above the clock. You were in that little room that has the 4 windows on it at the very tip top, probably 6 stories up, I guess, but I thought you could see forever. He said, "Son, I want you to look out each one of these windows. They're pointed north, east, south, and west. Tell me what you see." So I did that, and I was 7 years old. I didn't see anything, I saw the sky, I saw the ground, and he said, "And what'd you see?" Well, I said, I see the sky and the ground." He said, "Do you see where the sky hits the ground?" I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "That's called the horizon. Now look carefully, look all the way around, and tell me if this is not correct, that no matter which way you look, the horizon is the same distance in all directions." So I did. Sure enough, it did. It looked like it. And I said, "Yes, sir, I see that." He said, "You know what that means?" "No, sir." "It means that Lexington is the center of the universe, and don't you ever forget it." And I never did. And it's 72 years later, I'm still living in Lexington. Why would I leave the center? Why would anybody leave the center of the universe? So, Daddy grew up in Lexington and was a good football player. I've got to stop here. This will be in your packet. But it's a write-up about the 1927 football game between Little Lexington and humongous Greenwood. We'll tell a little bit more about that in a second, but this is a write-up out of the Greenwood paper. It had rained all day. It was a sea of mud, kind of equalized things a little bit, and the game ended in a tie, 6-6. It said that Greenwood had scored but couldn't make the extra point. It said in the third quarter, Lexington quickly evened the score when Pat Barrett played wide and caught a long pass and ran 60 yards for one of the high spots of the game. His broken field running and dodging was spectacular, and he shook off tacklers on every turn. And then they go on to say we'd have beaten them pretty bad if it hadn't been raining. And actually, here's what Daddy told me about that event. He remembered it very well. It was the third Friday of the 1927 season. The opening Friday saw Lexington getting beaten by Indianola 48-6. Then the next Friday, Indianola played Greenwood and got stomped 96-0. Now, the following week, Lexington had to play Greenwood. By comparative scores, we're down, 180 points already. No, 140 points already. Anyway, it was Lexington had to go play mighty Greenwood. It was sort of like Central Holmes playing Ole Miss. Thus, the 6-6 tie was the talk of the state for several days afterwards. Back in the 1970s, I was at a social function in Greenwood, and I fell into the conversation. I had a friend named Cunliffe Mackby Jr. and his brother Bailey Mackby. They were great friends of mine, and they introduced me to their father, Cunliffe Mackby Sr. And I fell into conversation with Mr. Mackby, and I asked him how old he was, and he was about Daddy's age, and I asked him did he remember that game in 1927, and his face turned just almost black. He just scowled, and he said, "Yeah, I remember it." Said, "I played in that game for Greenwood. I remember Pat Barrett too. He had broken his arm, and he had a hard cast on it, which he used like a club on us. Said he was fast, but slugging people the way he did was dirty." never smiled. When confronted by me to Daddy with this accusation, Daddy just smiled and said his recollection was that Cunliffe was a chicken. So that was enough about his football career. For college, he went to Southwestern in Memphis. It's now Rhodes College, great school. Then to Ole Miss for a year, and then to the Cumberland School of Law in Lebanon, Tennessee, where he obtained his master's and or doctorate in laws, whatever they call it, that allow him to become a lawyer. When he was 24 years old, dashing young lawyer, wearing spats, celluloid collar, looking good, looked about like me last night with those Prada tennis shoes, I guess. He first noticed the daughter of the Methodist minister in Lexington that time, Dr. John Stevens. We'll talk about him in a minute. She was only 15, but she looked older, and she was a knockout. And I'll show you her picture in a minute. So he dressed up, the formal way to do it. He went to the Methodist parsonage, and he was practicing law in Lexington. Went to the Methodist parsonage and asked Dr. Stevens if he could had permission to court Sarah Barrett, his 15-year-old daughter. He said, "Pat Barrett, are you crazy?" And stood up. He was a tall man, and Daddy knew he had to get the heck out of there, and he did. And so he was not allowed to date her when she was in Lexington, but he hung around. He would kind of call her, and and then when she'd go other places, he would slip off and go see her and stuff. And he kept himself in the game until he finally won. They finally got married 7 years later. Their whole life was a honeymoon. He adored her. He spoiled her. Amelia Hall, a black lady that worked for us when I was a child as a cook, I remember her in the kitchen one time arguing with Mama about something. She said, "Miss Sarah, you so rotten you slipping off the bone," meaning rotten, spoiled by Daddy. That was water off a duck's back to Mama. Daddy worked really hard to make a good life for all of us. He not only spoiled Mama, but he spoiled all of us. He was totally selfless till the day he died. He started off practicing law in the Depression. It was tough. He would write letters for clients that were illiterate, but wanted to send a letter to a relative somewhere else, and charged $1 a piece for it. That was $1 was something in the Depression. He said they would always start off. They would dictate and he would write, and he said they would always start off with, "Here I sits with pen in hand." But anyway, that doesn't amount to anything. Looking back now, we weren't, but in the standards of the time in the 1950s, when I can first remember it, we were considered well-to-do in Lexington. We didn't have an air conditioner in the house, but we were considered well-to-do. We got the third television in the county in 1953. Picked up one station in Memphis, I remember that it was 1957. I was 12 years old before we got our first air conditioner. Of course, they put it in their bedroom, Mom and Daddy's bedroom, but it didn't work for them because we just moved in there. That's where we lived in that during the summer months. Daddy lived a life of service not only to the family but to the town and to Holmes County, which took. He was essentially the attorney. He was the pro bono attorney. If people couldn't pay, it was no big deal. I mean, it wasn't any deal. He took care of the business, and then he said what his fee was, and they would tell him before that he didn't have anything. But we always had fresh eggs and chickens and and vegetables, tomatoes out our ears in the summertime, and that was fine with him. He was attorney for essentially every African American church in the county. You know, Holmes County is 85% African American, and Daddy wanted to see that they didn't get taken advantage of in land deals with their churches and so forth. He made sure that he'd got bylaws for them. He checked the title, and he cleared the titles to all their land. Never charged anybody a nickel. He was a real leader in the time of the civil rights revolution that occurred in Mississippi and really all over the country. Had more effect in the Deep South in the 1960s. He kept Holmes County peaceful at a time when there was a lot of trouble and even violence throughout the South. He cooked breakfast for us every Sunday morning. He would cook hot cakes, which he would burn them inevitably every Sunday morning. But after a while, we developed a taste for it. He called them buckwheat cakes and said that was cowboy style. Okay, let's have them that way then. And that's what we had. I've got a note here that says my first trial. I can't remember what it was, but we'll go. I'll tell you about my last trial with Daddy. It was in the 1970s. And by this time, Daddy had developed, he was really hard of hearing. He was like 76 or so. But you never could tell whether he heard you or not. And Mama thought it was selective, that he just kind of heard what he wanted to hear. But anyway, it was a railroad case we were trying, and Jim Becker, the lawyer on the other side, a great friend of mine, he's dead now, from Jackson, the Watkins and Eager firm. Jim had hired an electrical engineer. It was not a railroad case. It was a case where a person went under a light wire, electric wire that was strung across a public road, and he had a trailer, and he couldn't get the trailer on it, so he was lifting what he thought was a telephone wire, and it was a 440 volt wire, and it shocked him and damaged him pretty badly. And so I was having the trial. Daddy was helping me, but they had an electrical expert, black guys, all black jury from Baton Rouge that Becker had found somehow or another, an electrical engineer and a professor. And he was, I'm telling you, was wearing us out. I mean, he was just, he had knocked down every theory we had. And Daddy leaned over to me and whispered, just whispered, but you could have heard it in Chula. What did he say? I was embarrassed. I turned and did that, and I whispered in his ear what he had said. And Daddy whispered back, and you could have heard this in Greenwood, "That lying son of a bitch." And Jim Becker jumped up screaming, "Mistrial, mistrial," and the jury was all laughing, and Judge Clark deadpan. He never, and he said, I demand a mistrial. And Judge Clark, great friend of Daddy's, came to his rescue and said, "For what?" He said, "You heard what he said?" He said, "I didn't hear anything." He said, "Let's move along with this case." And the jury was poking each other, and the case was won at that moment. Judge called a recess in about 15 minutes and said, "Pat," motioned us to come back in his chambers. He said, "Pat, don't ever come in my courtroom again without your hearing aids." And Daddy just smiled and winked at him. So they were pretty close friends. I now remember about my first trial. In early 1970s, we tried it. It wasn't a big case, but it was big for me because it was my first trial. During a recess, the jury came out. We were standing out in the hall, and the jury came out past us. Well, they've been admonished, do not speak to the lawyers. The lawyers know better than to speak to them. You just can't do it. And this black lady walked up and said, "Mr. Pat," and we just froze, She said, "I just want to know one thing. Which side is you on?" Well, it's pretty obvious from the evidence, but anyway, she said, "Daddy, the plaintiffs." That's all we wanted to know. And so I won my first case all by myself. Here's a picture of my father that I took in about 1965 or 6 at his office. At that time, his office was above on the second floor of the Holmes County Bank building. That bank building was subsequently redone. and I think they made it look worse. It was a beautiful old building, but Daddy loved to be up there. He was there with just Sue Woods, and then Sue Barrett, and he would brag that his assets were over $1 million. He was right over the safe, at the bank below. But he was there talking to somebody when I snapped that picture. Now let me talk about my mama. Hard to know where to start. Let me start here. I don't know if y'all can see this or not, but I'm telling you, this is a good-looking woman, a beautiful girl. And she looks a lot like Laura. She looks a lot like Kate. She looks an awful lot like my daughter Catherine. In fact, when Catherine was about 2 years old, Stephanie Barrett, Richard Barrett's precious wife, was taking care of her one day in Jackson and had her in a stroller and went in some store. And some stranger lady came up to her and said, what a pretty little girl, said, is she any kin to Sarah Barrett? And I mean, they didn't know who she was. She'd never seen the baby before, but it had Sarah Barrett written all over. She was very pretty. She was most beautiful at Oxford High School her sophomore year. The last 2 years, they were in Clarksdale. She was most beautiful there both 2 years. She had met a best friend. Her name was Mary Faye Reese from Tupelo. They roomed together at MSCW as freshmen. They were the number 1 and number 2 beauties. I don't remember which one was 1 and which one was 2, and it doesn't matter because they went to Millsaps the next year and they swapped. It was 2. Whoever got 1 was second at Millsaps, and the other one was first top beauty at Millsaps. Mama used to brag when Daddy was around. She loved to tell him this every Valentine's Day, that she and Mary Faye got their sophomore year at Millsap, that they got a total of 85 pounds of chocolates from various boys that were obviously in love, but from a distance. Daddy was persistent, and they married in 1940. Daddy knew he'd married up, and being 9 years older than she was, he treated her like a baby, or let's say this, he treated her like a princess all her life. I see this, and I'm gonna show you one other picture of her. This is off the wall in the office, and this is Daddy's handwriting. This is something Daddy had in his office, that he had done and put up. It's a picture of Mama that he loved particularly, and it says Sarah Stevens, Moon Lake, about 1937, which is before they were married. Rusty Williamson, there's a copy of this picture out at 510 Boulevard, the Barrett home where we grew up. It's a copy of this picture is on the wall, and Rusty told me that one day, Rusty lives there by himself now, but one day during Daddy's lifetime when they were living out there, he walked through the room that Rusty did, just going from somewhere, and Daddy was in that room, and he was kissing this photograph. So they had a love story. My mother was very intelligent. She wrote beautiful letters in her beautiful handwriting. She would read books, and John Oliver did the same thing with his children, and boy does it tell. I mean, aren't their children smart and precocious and have great vocabularies and are fun to be around, and a lot of that comes from reading, from being exposed to reading. Mama would get Pat Jr. and me in the bed, and she would read to us for hours. The Wind in the Willows, Kenneth Graham's book about Mr. Toad and Mr. Rat and Mr. Mole, and they were funny books. I mean, that was a humorous book, but it was interesting. It had morals at the end of every little chapter, and she would read us Miss Minerva and William Green Hill, about life in the Old South, which was, and it was funny. But she read us more serious books too as we got older. I mean, she was always reading. When I got into when Richard, well, Mama never bragged on me about it, but we were about the same, I think. But she would tell people in later years that Pat Jr. could read when he was 16 months old. By the time she died, that had gotten down to a year old. If she'd lived another year, he would have been reading it 3 months, I'm sure. But he did read early, and because he was read to a lot, and I read early, and by the time I got in the first grade, I mean, I could read a book and understand a lot of the words, and where our classmates were, see Spot and Jane, see Dick run. And so we had a great advantage, and that was given to us by a loving and caring and attentive mother. Most important thing about my mother was she was a real Christian through and through. She had a lot of people think Christian means you go to church. It has nothing to do with it. You ought to go to church if you're a Christian. The Lord wants us to gather together in praise and worship of Him. That's what He created us for. But that doesn't make you a Christian. Being a Christian is not about being religious. It's about having a relationship with Jesus Christ, and my mother had it. And it's took me a while to understand it and to come to it myself. But I thank God for her Christian witness to me and to everybody else that she came in contact with. She was a real student of the Bible. I mean, her conversation would be, as Paul said, or as John said, or as King Solomon said, or as King David said, and quote scripture at length. Our home was a happy place, and Mama made it so. There was a lot of joking, a lot of laughing, lots of company, lots of bridge games. Mother loved to play bridge. She and Gwendolyn Hammett, that's Harold Hammett, Mrs. Harold Hammett, Harold Jr.'s mother, Mary Elizabeth Hooker, that's Ed Wilburn and Bootsy and White's mother, and Elvira Flowers, Herman Flowers' wife, and they were the usual foursome. One day, they didn't make Pat Jr., but they made me take piano lessons. I hated it. I had no skill, I had no talent, but I had to take piano lessons. And I had to practice, and this was in the 1950s, and Daddy would give me a penny a minute, 60 cents an hour. That was almost the minimum wage then, so it was real money. A penny a minute to practice, if I'd practice an hour a day. And I would come and do it after school. And Mama and them were out in the far west room playing bridge, and I was practicing on the piano, hating every second of it. And Pat Jr. came in behind me. I was probably 10. He was 13. I mean, he was bigger. He'd had a growth spurt I had, and he slipped up behind me. And while I was plinking away, he got his hands on both sides of me and started banging on the piano. And something went over me. I was scared to death of him for good reason. I mean, he's bigger. And I turned around and I slugged him right there as hard as I could. And it sort of knocked him back. And then I jumped up, and now I'm in it. Now I'm in trouble now. And so I tackled him. I tried to. And it was a general fight broke out, slugging, throwing. We wound through from the living room into the dining room, and then finally out into the West Room. The ladies were screaming, and Mama was crying, and we were fighting. And Pat Jr. and I slammed into the bridge table and knocked it everywhere. And with that, we kind of got up and went back. We left. Mama was on the phone calling Daddy. And she said, go to your rooms. Your room. And we did. Daddy arrived in about 5 minutes. I'd never seen him really mad at us before. I don't think I ever saw him mad at us since. But he let us know that he said, "Y'all want to fight? Get up. I'll fight both of you right now. Get up. Put your dukes up." And he couldn't have gotten either one of us out of our bed with a crowbar. Thank you very much. And so that was just one incident that's memorable. As you can tell, I love my mother dearly. That's all I've got to say here. Okay, this is volume 2 of the Barrett family heritage tour. We've gone down the Barrett plot on top of the hill about halfway down, and we're now at the marker for my maternal grandparents, Dr. John Elliott Stevens and his wife Sally Jameson Stevens. Dr. Stevens and his wife Sally were the parents of my mother, Sarah Barrett. Because of the hour and the time, we're running behind. I'm not going to tell anything about them now, but I'll tell it when we get to Jackson. And I'm going to go now to the next monument. It's the Runft, R-U-N-F-T, like Richard Runft Barrett. The marker for Mimi and Roger, we called them. Mildred Stevens Rump and her husband Roger William Rump. Mimi, we called her. Mimi was born in 1911. She graduated from college at MSCW. She went to work for the Red Cross after World War II and met her husband Roger William Rump, who was also working for the Red Cross in Germany. We'll talk more about them a little bit later on the bus. When we stopped this morning, we were at the gravesite of my mother's mother and father, Dr. John Elliott Stevens and his wife Sally Jameson Stevens. Dr. Stevens and his wife Sally were the parents of my mother, Sarah Barrett. We grandchildren called Dr. Stevens Damp. Pat Jr. was, the reason is Pat Jr. was told to call him Gramps, and it came out Damp, just like my name is John, and he called me Don. Don't you think it's kind of surprising that a 3-year-old would have such influence? But anyway, we called him Damp and called her Mama Sally. Both Damp and Mama Sally grew up in, I'd call it genteel poverty in far northeast Mississippi. It's almost Appalachian Mississippi, Tishomingo County, and Tippah County to the immediate west of it. Damp grew up in Jackson Camp, Tishomingo County, out from Jackson Camp. You can imagine how big that was. And Mama Sally grew up in Calibiot Springs, Mississippi, in Tippah County, one county over. Damp graduated from high school in Kossuth, Mississippi, and went on to Georgia Robertson Christian College in Henderson, Tennessee. Then he went to Ole Miss, where he got his bachelor's degree. I remember he loved Ole Miss football and baseball back when nobody went to the Ole Miss football and baseball games. The stadium was where the parking lot is now that goes into to the west side of Hemingway Stadium, and that's where the baseball field was. And it'd be 200 or 300. It wouldn't hold but 500 people, and maybe there'd be 150, 200 people there for ball games. And I started going to him because I found out that he was going to him. He would drive over by himself and go sit up there, and he loved a good baseball game, and he understood the game. That was interesting to me. But anyway, Damp was a deeply religious man from a deeply religious Methodist family. His father was named John Wesley Stevens, if that tells you anything. It was as a teenager when he had a personal awakening where he accepted Christ as his Lord and Savior and began a deeply personal relationship with Jesus Christ that lasted all the rest of his life and powerfully affected his life and the lives of others through his ministry. Made him a giant in the Methodist Church in North Mississippi for the rest of his life. He was admitted into the Methodist Church as a minister in 1908 in Okolona, Mississippi. That year he met a beautiful girl named Sally Jameson, and they were married on September 30, 1909. The Jamesons were a big name. They were very substantial people in that part of the state, and still are. Anyway, he was a preacher at several small churches from 1908 that would gradually get bigger. You'd go in the Methodist Church back in those days, you didn't keep your preacher. 2 years, 3 years was the normal. If they were great and they wanted to stay and you really wanted them, they could stay for 4 years. Damp always stayed 6 years after, later on, because nobody wanted him to leave. He was really good. He was a builder. We'll talk about that in a minute. But during the time he was as a young man, he was preaching. He was picking up advanced degrees from Peabody College in Nashville and from Northwestern University in Chicago. How he got those, how he did that while he was preaching, I guess he'd go back and forth and doing it at night. I don't know how he did it, but he did. In 1921, he went to Grenada College as a professor of religion. It was a Methodist school that was there then. And then he went to Millsaps as he was head of the religion department for 3 years. In 1924, he comes back and goes back into the active ministry, came to Lexington, where my father took notice of it for the first time. We talked about that this morning, and Damp ran him off, anytime he'd get close to the house. But that's where that started. He was a builder. He knew how to get things done. He would, when he was in Lexington, the Sunday school building, what we call the fellowship hall, but it's double the size of our church. He had that done. He raised the money for it. He was the force behind it, and his name is on the outside on the cornerstone of that building. Same thing. He goes to Oxford. He builds a new sanctuary, doubles the size of the church. He wanted it to be a growing church. It's a university town, Oxford University Methodist Church. Come on, folks, let's go. And he raised the money, and they built a new. Y'all have just recently in the last couple of years enlarged that now. But the guts of what was there was built by J.E. Stevens under his leadership and direction. He had a vision that the Methodist Church in Mississippi needed a camp for young people to come and be in a Christian environment. So he went out and he found, it took him a while, but he found the perfect spot. He found 100 acres. And he talked the people that owned it into donating it to the Methodist Church. And then he went out and went around to all the people at the churches he'd been to that had a little extra money, that he knew who they were, and put the B on them and raised the money to create what is now Camp Lake Stevens. It's 6 miles out of Oxford. After he retired, he went there as the superintendent of the camp for 6 or 7 years. We were up there all the time. It seemed like a lifetime at the time, but it wasn't. In his lifetime, it was just a short period of time. But I would go up and stay 2 or 3 weeks in the summertime, and I'd be in camp, and then I'd let them know that my granddaddy owned this camp. And Lake Stevens still there. Richard is involved in raising money for it and supporting it. still going strong after 80 years. Damp and Mama Sally had 3 children. John Elliott Stevens Jr., he was a nuclear power engineer who worked on the Manhattan Project, the atomic bomb project in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, super secret facility. Oak Ridge was built for the purpose of, because it was just nowhere, you know,
and that's where Bryce is taking an internship. He starts in September at Oak Ridge.
Oh, that's amazing. Well, that's great, and so the full circle comes. Sarah, my mama, was another child, and Mildred Stevens Rumpf, whose grave we're going to visit and talk about in a minute. Mama Sally died in 1955. Oh, let me show you the picture. Here's a picture of Damp when he was 29 years old. This is from the University of Mississippi College yearbook. Look what a handsome man he was. Let me show that. Hold on a second, then I'll pass it around. But that's him as a young man. All these are photographs of photographs that we have. This is when he was in his prime, you know, as an older man, and that's Dr. John Elliott Stevens, a lion in the Methodist Church. And this is Sally. This is Mama Sally. See how pretty she was? And a lovely, sweet person that we all love to be around her.
And that's who you were named after, and that would be John Oliver and John Christopher.
Yep, that's right. So Damp lived another 10 years. He remarried to a widow of a doctor in Houston, Mississippi, Lorena Priest, who was a lovely, sweet person. They just were company to each other in their declining years. She would talk the ears off of Billy Goat, but we loved her, and she was still alive. In 1965, Damp died. He was visiting with us in Lexington. Died out in the West Room in his sleep. He and I had gone fishing just a couple of days before and caught some brim out at Lundy's Pond out beyond the Boulevard Street extension. Had a great time together. And so it was a sudden thing, you know, it wasn't a long illness that he had. Okay, the next one we can get through we can do this, I'd like to, before we eat lunch. We right down from the Stevens grave is a similar marker for Mildred Stevens Rumpf. That's Mama's sister, and her husband Roger William Rumpf, R-U-N-F-T. Mimi, we called her. Like all the Stevens, she was highly educated, very smart, extremely well-read, and funny, fun to be around. She was born in 1911, graduated from college at MSCW. At the end of World War II, she entered into the Red Cross. Germany was defeated, not only defeated, crushed, and it was people were starving to death over there by the thousands, and the Red Cross stepped in and she went over there. She met her husband Roger, who was doing the same thing. They were married in 1952 in Greenwood, where Damp had become the district superintendent, and they lived over in North Greenwood, just off of Grand Boulevard, and I remember going to that wedding. Thereafter, they lived first for years in Madison, Wisconsin, and later they moved to Shorewood, Wisconsin, which is a nice suburb on Lake Michigan, just north of Milwaukee. But he was doing the same thing at both. He was an electrical engineer, worked for AC Delco when it was a part of General Motors, and he did it he was in a very high level, really smart guy. And he was, for example, the best example is he designed the electrical specifications for the moon buggy that they had, that the astronauts used on the surface of the moon, still up there. Probably, I guess for all we know, it still works. But but I mean, that's quite a deal, you know, and have responsibility for that, but it worked. Mimi had gotten her master's in child psychology and had a career in Madison and then again in Shorewood in that profession. They had no children, but they loved children. Pat Jr. and I, a couple of times, would go up there and visit. One time we rode the train. I was 10, Pat Jr. was maybe 11, Pat Jr. was 13. We took the city of New Orleans up from Durant, Mississippi, and Pat Jr. bossed me all the way up there. But thank goodness they picked us up in Chicago and I could get free of him for a while. We went back when Pat Jr. was 15. I guess we went with Mom and Daddy then. And Pat Jr. and I were sent out to get something, and we were driving the car. And if you've been to Madison, Wisconsin, it's built like Lexington, except it's the state house and not the courthouse in the middle. So the square is huge, but it's just a square, just like a square. And there's side streets going into it. It's about 10 lanes or 12 lanes. We were on the inside lane, and he realized that he should be turning right up there, so he just went across 9 lanes of traffic. There was a traffic cop just on the street, and he didn't have a car or anything. He blew the whistle, and Pat Jr., pulled over, terrified. And traffic is they still have a traffic jam up there. They hadn't been able to undo it in all these years, but Pat, I remember Pat Jr. said, "Let me handle it." I'm glad to let him handle it. And but I remember the first thing that the cop said was, "Where are you from?" And Pat Jr. told him Mississippi, and the guy rolled his eyes and said, "Well, you're not on the back 40 anymore." Said, "Where are you staying?" And he told him, said, "Do you think you can get home?" And Pat Jr. said, "Yes, sir." He said, "Go home and don't drive anymore in Madison." That's what we did. So anyway, he handled it well. Got us out of trouble. We loved when we were up there. Roger would take us fishing every day. And the great thing about fishing up there, you fish for perch in Lake Mendota, which is part of Madison, which is fun, and you catch a lot of fish. But the real fun was the night before you would catch the bait. And the bait were worms, but the night crawlers. And these weren't this ain't the worms in your garden. They were about this long, and they would come out at night into the grass on what they were doing. But Roger, we would go out and you'd have a flashlight, and you'd look around, you'd see them, and they were like snakes. And if you could get up on them and you grab them right quick, but they were so fast. Come on in. They were so fast that they would. You would miss them 8 out of 10 times. It would take a while to catch the night crawler, but it was anyway. That was a memorable thing we did. When Mimi and Roger both retired, they having no children, and Mimi having all her family, in Mississippi, they moved. She didn't want to move to Lexington because she didn't want to be, she wanted to have her freedom. She didn't want, somebody telling her what to do and so forth. So they bought one of the first homes out at Crossgates in Brandon, and they lived there for, Roger died suddenly, 1984, and shortly, not too long after that, Mimi sold the place up there, and she just, it was I guess a few years, because she came in 1990. She moved to Lexington so she and Mama could have this great time growing old together. She hadn't been up there 2 months, and Mama was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. Lived 6 months, and that was it. It was pitiful. Mimi was just really, she was adrift and sad. And Nancy Barrett, how many people will let your mother-in-law come live with you, or your father-in-law to come live with you? Nancy said, Mimi needs to come live with us. And she did. And she jumped at it. and she was a wonderful part. She lived there for 11 years before she died, and if I wish Nancy were here to talk about her, and she wanted to. Catherine, you remember what it was like having Mimi at home.
It was so fun.
Yeah, and if Richard, you got anything you want to say about Mimi? Anything you remember about Mimi?
Oh, heck yeah. Laura and I were talking about how going to Cross Gates and Brandon was an event that all the kids like to do, because you got to walk in and watch Roger smoke that magnificent pipe, and then Mimi would take us all and let us feed those ducks in the pond at Cross Gates, and then we would come home and she would cook Mimi burgers, which were just these gigantic thick meatballs. They were almost round, but they were delicious Mimi burgers. And we would make peppermint ice cream and drink chaps.
All right. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
All right. Okay, so that's it for Mimi and Roger. The next place we went this morning, we were going to go this morning, was down. We were headed down to the Barretts, but we wanted to stop and did stop. I hope y'all took pictures of it after we left. At the headstone of Nancy's mother and daddy, and I want to talk just a little bit about them. Here's a picture of Mimi, and here's another picture. Let me show that. This is a picture of Mimi. See what a pretty lady she was, and this is Mimi when older. Very typical pose for her. She's with the little children. Sarah Harvey is there. That's your mama, Margaret. And is that John Oliver, or is that
Donald and John Oliver? And say with the trio.
All right, I'll pass that around and let you kids look at that. There's one of these pictures in the folder you're going to get when we end the day. So that's it.
Say just hello.
Greetings and salutations.
Yeah, she always. That's right. And y'all called her greetings, didn't you? Yeah.
Jonathan nicknamed her greetings.
All right, we're going to stop until we have lunch, and we'll pick back up later.
Perfect timing.
Okay, we're going to get started again. We had left Mimi and Roger's headstone, and we were going down to on the way down to the bottom to the Barretts. We go right past somebody that's precious in our household, the Nancy's mother and father. This is a photograph of them. Can you get that, Ed? Isn't that great? He's a handsome man, and she was a good-looking girl. All right, you can pass that around. Samuel Jackson Foose Jr. and Maida Catherine Spradley Foose. Sam, or Bobo, was born January 16th, 1916, and he died on October 4, 1994. Catherine, Cat, Mama, was born on the 31st of January 1918, and she died on August 29, 2006, at our home where she lived. My father-in-law and my mother-in-law. Come on, sugar. I loved them and I revere their memory. Bobo and Cat met in college. Bobo was tall, smart, really was good looking, and was both a star football player for Ole Miss, and this is an unusual combination for an athlete. He was also a star basketball player for Ole Miss. He was the tallest center in the SEC in the 1935 and 1936 season. He at a height of 6'4", which now you couldn't play point guard, but he was the tallest guy there, and he was a gifted athlete. He was also He played end for Ole Miss. He played one end. Barney Poole, the Ole Miss fans know who that is, All-American, played the other end. I asked Bobo one time, was he a good football player? And he said, well, I'd better than Barney Poole. How about that? And I asked him, I said, what about a basketball player? He said, I'm better than Country Graham. He played on the team with him. He was All-American. But anyway, he's the only Ole Miss football player in history from ever since they've had it until now to catch a touchdown pass in the Orange Bowl. The only one. They played Catholic University in January 1, 1936, and Catholic University won 20-19, but Bobo made that touchdown pass. And Kat, well, she was the prettiest girl on campus. After college, and let me say this, neither one of them finished college. They were this was the height of the Depression. They couldn't afford it. The families couldn't afford it. And even though Bobo was on scholarship, they had to go to work. They had to go back home. Both of them were both families, by coincidence, were in the hardware business. The Spradleys in Alabama and the Fooses in Mississippi. And it was tough. I mean, the bankruptcies, and everybody was bankrupt. I mean, nobody had any money, and I'm going to talk about that this afternoon if I get a chance too. If the term "damn Yankees" is mentioned, it will be. If it's not, remind me. Anyway, they got married in 1938. They briefly went to Alabama and operated a hardware store in Pell City, Alabama. Then they moved back to Chula to farm. When World War II broke out, Bobo, although he had a child on the way and he was beyond the age that he could be drafted, and he was married, he joined the Army like a lot of that greatest generation did, and he wound up as a captain of an artillery battery in the middle of the Battle of the Bulge, where he won a Bronze Star for valor in combat. Nancy has an older brother, Stephen Foose, who lives in a small ranch in retirement after a very successful career. He lived in a small ranch in East Texas, close to Tyler, Texas. What's the closest town there? Yeah, okay. Yeah, but East Texas anyway. Had a great career as a soils engineer. Just recently retired for construction projects in Dallas. Nancy has a younger brother, Billy Foose, who lives in Dallas and is still having a successful career as a commercial real estate developer there in Dallas. Nancy's youngest brother is Don Foose, who's a successful attorney in Mobile, Alabama. All three of them have great spouses, and the children are better than they are. I love their children. They're fun to have, and I'm proud to be an appendage to this rambunctious and funny and interesting family. 3 quick stories about Bobo. He was a very conservative guy. I mean, he was, he wanted put on his tombstone, Sam Foose, what his name was, when he born, when he died, and have his children's name. He wanted that. And then underneath that he never voted for Franklin Roosevelt. But that tells you a little about him, but tell the older people more. But anyway, Bobo thought things out for himself. He wasn't a conservative because somebody on Fox News told him to be, or he thought it all out himself, and he sometimes would come to surprising and a little bit different conclusions than other very conservative people were thinking. He loved a good debate. His younger brother, Kenneth Foose, who was sort of, you'd say in Mississippi politics, he's liberal, but he's really kind of a moderate sort of a guy, thinker, was losing a debate with Bobo sitting around the dinner table one time at Thanksgiving. We were over there, and Uncle Ken finally said, "Bo, I concede. You're the most well-read man in the world on any one side of a political issue. Bobo took that as a high compliment. Back in 1955, two families of, I'm going to say, white do-gooders, the Coxes and the Minners, they were nice people, just kind of goofy, had moved to Chula. They bought Providence Plantation, where Brian and Sarah Jones have their home now, and set up a sort of a commune where they had a medical clinic, a school for the African American children, and what else I'm not quite sure. They weren't communists or anything, but they were probably just goofy do-gooders who were going to transform society somehow. People in Chula started talking about it, didn't like it, and then they were talking a little, and then they were talking a lot about it. And some people in Chula a few people called for a town meeting to do something about the situation. And invited everybody down to the Chula High School, and everybody went. It was packed. There were 200 or 300 people there. People got up and they were saying, "Well, I heard this. I heard they said that," and somebody said, "Well, I heard they said Dr. Minner said thus and so," and the discussion turned ugly, and the place was turning into sort of a lynch mob, maybe. And this 36-year-old man stands up out in the audience. He's a tall guy. People pay attention to him. It's Bobo Foose. And everybody got really quiet. And he said, "Is this all you got?" He said, "You all ought to be ashamed of yourselves." He said, "I'm going home, and every one of you ought to go home too." And he walked out of the hall. And there was a silence, and then a couple of people left, followed him, and then 2 or 3 more did. And within 10 minutes, the place was empty, except for the few rabble-rousers that had tried to start something. We have there's a book about this called Providence, the name of the place, written by a man named Will Campbell. I remember when he interviewed Daddy, who represented the Coxes and the Minners in the land part of the deal. And Will Campbell was in talking to Daddy, and I could hear them yelling at each other in Daddy's office. But anyway, in this story, Providence, the story is told about this person, and the hero is identified only as a young planter, but it was Bobo Foose. One thing we know, because I mean, a lot of people have told us it was, but we have a letter at home from Dr. Minner's wife to Bobo, written the next week, thanking him for his courage. Nancy, I'm gonna wait a minute. Let me. I've got one other thing to say, and then I'll turn it over to Nancy, because it's Bobo and Little Bobo. One day in 1962, not too long after Nancy and I started dating, Bobo took his daughter aside, and time to have a little talk here. And he told her, "Nancy Catherine, I better not ever catch you kissing that Don Barrett." Nancy, the acorn who did not fall far from the tree, looked her daddy right in the eye and said, "You won't." Not I won't, but you won't catch me. Bobo laughed. Nancy, it's all yours. Take the mic. You want to say something about your mom and daddy?
My parents created a loving and godly home for my brothers and me, and I am forever grateful for that family that they gave us and that I grew up in. And I look forward to seeing them in heaven.
Before we leave the Fooses and go downhill to the Barretts, I meant that geographically, not in any other. Nancy had one more story that she wanted to tell about her father.
Well, I told you how wonderful my parents were. They really never fussed, except once. And my daddy couldn't go to church because he had a rep, and he had to wear a big brace for like 6 or 7 weeks. So the whole family went to church. Now my house was right in the middle between the Methodist church and the Presbyterian church, literally right in the middle. So the mother and my brothers and I, and my grandmother who lived with us, went to church. And as soon as we stepped out of the sanctuary, this strange odor was wafting in the breeze. And we got closer and closer to my house. And Mother said, "He's done it. He's cooking chitlins." and so by the time, and she said, "He's cooking chitlins on Sunday morning between the Methodist church and the Presbyterian church." So by the time my mother got home, she was in a total rage. Do y'all know about chitlins?
They smell bad.
They smell horrible or awful.
It's pig guts is what it is.
And that's the only time I saw my parents fussing, because she stormed in the house. How could you do this on Sunday mornings when the Presbyterians and the Methodists are getting out of church?
Right, and the Presbyterians looked down on the Methodists anyway. All right, here we go. We're going down the hill. And the first person we're going to talk about down there is sort of a hero of mine, William Oliver Barrett. John Oliver McGill, you're named for this guy and for his grandfather, for Oliver Barrett, that we'll talk about next.
Is that who Bill is also named for?
The Oliver, not the Oliver, but all the Williams, yes, certainly Bill. William Oliver Barrett and Mama Barrett. William Oliver was called W.O. Barrett. He was called Will, or mostly Mr. Will in Lexington. He was called Granddaddy Barrett to me and to Pat Jr. They died before the girls were born, before Sally and Mildred were born, or about the time Sally was born. William Oliver Barrett was born in 1870 in Edwards, in the middle of a vicious and vengeful Reconstruction period. He died peacefully at his home on Clifton Street in March of 1952, having lived a remarkable life. I'm the last of his descendants and relatives who knew him and remembers him. I was 7 years old, the last year of his life, and we would visit him every time Mama or Daddy went up to check on him, which was every day. And Daddy said, let's run up to the house. The house, I mean, he'd been living, he had a house, a home. We had children, been there forever. But to him to run up to the house was to go to Will's house, his daddy's house, Mama's house. And so anyway, I would go up there, and I was there all the time, and I spent a lot of time with him. He was a kind man. He spent time with me. He wanted to be with me, or he pretended he did, that he enjoyed visiting with me. He would sit in his chair in the living room where the big chair is now, Bill, exactly the same spot, maybe the same chair, I don't know. And he had an ottoman. The ottoman would be between us. I'd pull up a stool, and he taught me how to play poker. He really did. I mean, he taught me how to play stud and draw poker. Taught me the rules, taught me the odds, or he tried to teach me the odds. And I was good. I must have been, because I always won. I guess I was just lucky. I remember he smoked, of course. Everybody smoked in that generation. His two hands had nicotine. They were brown with nicotine stains. Very, very common for people in that era. What I've just been telling you is a child's recollection. There's a lot more to him than that. He grew up on a small bit of land, once part of a great plantation. That he was he was the second of 14 children that Thomas Hickman Williams Barrett had. We're going to go to Tom, and that's Tom Barrett, the Confederate soldier that we'll wind up at Edwards late this afternoon about. But he attended school in Edwards. Remember, this is Reconstruction, and nobody had any money, and there weren't much of a school, you know. But he went to school, such schools as they had. They were eking out a living. We're going to talk about that later on. When he graduated from school, he didn't go to college, but he did take a couple of business courses at Soule Business School in New Orleans. At the age of 25, in 1896, he moved to Lexington and went into business for himself as a retail merchant. In 1898, well, he started in 1896, but in 1898 he convinced Rachel Burwell from Ebenezer of the Burwell. I mean, they were powerful people and a wonderful family. And she was the pretty, the young daughter, and he won her heart, and they got married and lived together in Lexington until they both died. Granddaddy Barrett had no money really to stock his store with general merchandise, so he bought a train ticket to St. Louis and he went to a wholesale grocery company, and the grocery companies then sold other things. They sold, it was a general mercantile really, they called them grocery companies, but it was a general store. And he persuaded them to give him a line of credit and to stock his store so he'd have something to sell. His business boomed, so much in fact that within a few years the wholesale company that, his creditor company was willing to stake him to becoming a wholesale grocer on his own in Holmes County, and he became Barrett Grocery Company. Who's got you have it? The bottle. We'll pass it around later. I mean, he just did everything. He was in all these kind of businesses we're going to talk about in a second. One of them was that at his mercantile, he had his own bottling company with his own bottles. Barrett Grocery Company with a B on the bottom, little brown bottle. I guess he was going into competition. There was this new thing out called Coca-Cola, and he probably had the market in Lexington. Yeah, I don't know, but he. People have given to me over the years to find them out, in a junk pile or something and see it. But he did that. Let me explain how that worked. He didn't have any money. I'm going to talk about that later. So the wholesale grocery company because they realized that he would pay it back. He was going to pay it back. He was a good businessman. They would sell him all the goods he wanted on credit and send them all by train down to Lexington, Mississippi. There was a train depot in Lexington where the Mallory Center is down there now at the bottom of Beale Street. That was Barrett Grocery Company. That siding there was built so they could take the groceries take the products to sell, and he didn't have any money. But they charged him interest, of course. It was a loan. And then he would go to all the little grocery stores in every little corner, that transportation was bad then. People would come to town once a week or something, maybe, but they had to live, and so every crossroads had a grocery store, a small one. And the plantations in the Delta part of the county had what they called commissaries, but they were just stores too. They had families, maybe 100 families living on a single plantation, and those people had to live too. They had to have stuff, and so he would sell to them. They would sell to their customers. Now, their customers didn't have any money either. So Granddaddy Barrett would sell to these little retail establishments, and he would charge them a little bit more interest than they charged. And then those people, they didn't have any money, and they would sell it on credit to their customers who didn't have any money, and at a little bit higher interest. And then at the end of the year, picking time, cotton, the cash economy. The cotton would come in, they would sell the cotton for cash. The farmers would come in and settle up with the grocery store. The grocery store would settle up with Granddaddy Barrett. Granddaddy Barrett would settle up with them again. And it was because there was no capital in the South. That was an intentional thing. I'm going to talk about that later when we get out to Edwards. But anyway, Granddaddy Barrett, in spite of the Yankees, was able to save money, a lot of money for those days, which he invested in local businesses. Now, this picture of him taken in I had the idea that he came to Lexington, before I started doing all this research, that he came to Lexington, he went into the wholesale grocery business, he sold it before the Depression because he realized there was something coming, and then he opened the First National Bank. Knew nothing about what an entrepreneur this guy was. This is a picture taken in 1914, handsome young man. He's president of the Bank of Lexington, president of Barrett Grocer Company, president of Lexington Business League, but there's more. Here, I found this in Daddy's drawer. It's an old Bank of Lexington letterhead, but it's not, he just got that out and used it. He typed a contract, he was buying some land. But if you look at it, the Bank of Lexington, this is 1914. The Bank of Lexington, it's got here W.O. Barrett, that's him, president. E.F. Noel, vice president. E.F. Noel was the governor of Mississippi. He was and lived in the house that Janice lives in now. Only governor of Mississippi ever to come out of Holmes County. And Stephen Burwell who's his young brother-in-law, was the cashier of the bank, but his name is on there. Stephen Burwell, to show you what the intellect and the power, I mean, what kind of people these were. Stephen Burwell, working for his brother-in-law, goes on to found First National Bank of Jackson, which becomes Deposit Guarantee Bank, which becomes Regions. Which now it's a $200 billion bank, and it's founded by cousin Steve, or brother-in-law Steve to him. But that's the kind of people in this family. And this contract is selling the land. It's being sold to Barrett and Burwell Land Company. I mean, that's another deal they were in. So, and here's another one. Now we have the Burwell Mercantile Company. Y'all know the big store at Ebenezer? It used to be Humphrey O'Reilly Company, and I don't know if it's gone under several, I don't know what it is now, even if it's open. Yeah, this is the big store, huge place down there, general merchandise store. In 1914, the Burwell Mercantile Company, guess who the president was? W.O. Barrett. Brooke Burwell was the vice president. B.W. Humphrey Sr., that's Bubba Humphrey's father, was the vice president, and also on here is Steve Burwell. Steve Burwell was the father of Mary Yerger and Brooke Burwell, two girls. Both of them were nutty, sweet as they could be, but nutty as a fruitcake. Steve Burwell, they had a beautiful home in Ebenezer, and Mama Barrett was a great artist. She really was good. And when Steve Burwell, once he founded the bank, moved to Jackson. He was in business there, but everybody loved Ebenezer. He kept his home there, and he would come back on the weekend. Well, he died suddenly, and the daughters sealed up the house in Ebenezer, and his clothes were out. I mean, it's the weirdest thing you ever saw. I mean, it was like you could go right into it, and he could go in there and brush his teeth. In fact, there's probably a toothbrush in there. I mean, everything, and they just sealed it, and they never went back in it. I was told that story by, I don't know, Daddy or Will or one of them, and after I was young, married back in Lexington, I wanted to see it, so I went down there, and they had Brooke and Marion Yerger had a man that watched over it for them, and so that it was in good shape, but you just on the outside, but you didn't know what it was on the inside. I went up and forced the door open and went in, and that's how I know what was inside. And among the many beautiful things that were in there were numerous paintings by Rachel Burwell in the 1890s, my grandmother. I got two of them, the two I thought were best and biggest and prettiest, and I stole them. I mean, I didn't steal them, I preserved them. And the story's not over. I took them home, and I cleaned them up and showed them and gave them to Dad. I got a present for you. He said, "Where did you get those?" He knew what they were. He knew where they were. And I said, "Well, I went down to Marion Yerger and Brooks' house, and the door was open. It kind of was. And I went in, and that house is just going to fall in on them. You take them back right now." In fact, he wouldn't let me take them back. He went with me to make damn sure that I took them back. And we did take them back and put them right where they were, walked out, closed the door. 25 years later, the house fell in on them, and they've gone. Everything. But anyway, that's that interesting little sidelight. Huh? Oh, do you really? That's so cool. Anyway, I don't know the date, but sometime in the mid, maybe 1920s, in the 1920s is all I know. The Roaring Twenties. Our grandfather, Bill, began to think that there was something crazy about what's going on in the country. As somebody else said it, but this is what he was thinking, the same thing, which said when the guy that's at the shoe shine stand and polishing your shoes is giving you a stock tip, said it's time to get out of the market. And he sold all his businesses. He didn't sell his land. He had a special thing about land. But he sold all his businesses, converted it to cash, or cash equivalent, where nothing could go wrong, and then the Depression hit. The Black Friday, the country went broke, and he was the only guy in Holmes County that had any money, and he had, relatively speaking, quite a bit of it. He used it to found, with the Burwells who had money because of him at that time, to found the First National Bank of Lexington, which became, when they bought the Bank of Chula, they bought the Bank of Pickens. It became First National Bank of Holmes County, a bustling, growing institution that later merged with Bank Plus back in Bank Plus earlier years, and those of us that had stock in it, it became Bank Plus stock. I'll get it. Don't worry about it, honey. Granddaddy Barrett retired, and let's see if I've got a picture. This is Granddaddy Barrett standing at the door of First National. I think this looks like a picture that Will would have taken. That it's standing at the door of the First National Bank, looking out on the square. You notice that it was a corner location. Corner store on the square. All the businesses on the square, if you notice, they had a catty corner. They were catty cornered to the square. If the door was on either one of the streets instead of the corner, they couldn't say they were located on the square, and that was important for commercial reasons apparently. And here's another thing that I'm gonna hark back to his early years. This is when he was a little boy, to show you what was in store for the world when he grew up. It was Daddy had this, found this. Maybe Will gave it to him, but it was an agreement that when he was, I guess he was 13 years old. He made this agreement with his mother, and he drew up a contract for them to sign. And and I'm gonna read it to you. It's pretty funny. A chicken agreement entered into by Mrs. T.H.W. Thomas Hickman Williams Barrett and William O. Barrett on Saturday, March 22, 1884. This is in his handwriting, young boy's handwriting. The terms of the agreement are these: William O. Barrett shall have not over six hens at one time, 2 of which he has bought from Mrs. T.H.W. Barrett at 25 cents apiece, or 50 cents for the 2. Right. And for which he is to pay either in cash or in eggs at 15 cents per dozen. All the eggs bought of the said William O. Barrett by Mrs. T.H.W. Barrett shall be sold by him to Mrs. T.H.W. Barrett at 15 cents per dozen without privilege of raising price at Christmas. he was being nice. Or other times, and she shall have the preference of all others in buying eggs. Let's see. Anytime the aforementioned Mrs. T.H.W., that's Mama, why don't you say Mama? Mrs. T.H.W. Barrett wishes to rent a hen for setting and raising chickens from William O. Barrett, he shall agree to the same on being paid the sum of 10 cents. Whereas the said chicken agreement entered into by the parties above mentioned shall continue for 6 months, and at the end of that time, if Mrs. T.H.W. Barrett wishes William O. Barrett to withdraw from the agreement, he shall do so. I bet he will. And shall sell or otherwise dispose of all of his hens. During the 6 months that the chicken agreement shall last, William O. Barrett shall neither raise nor own any other poultry whatsoever. That was signed by the 2 of them, and it has witnesses in the presence of M.G. Barrett. That's Mary Gus. That was the oldest child, Kate Barrett, and Tom Barrett. So, all right, there you go. Daddy used to say that's just our standard form chicken agreement. Okay, here's the last photograph I want. This is Granddaddy Barrett in his elder years. He didn't live really long. People just smoked like they all did. He died in his 70s. A handsome man. And I'm telling you, he was the guy in Holmes County in his lifetime. Buried beside him is Mama Barrett. To Pat Jr. and me, Rachel to everybody else. They had married on October 26, 1898. They had 4 children. They had 5 children, actually. Olivia Burwell Barrett, my aunt and Annie's grandmother. Rachel Burwell Barrett, we'll talk about in a moment. William Burwell Barrett. Notice all the Burwells. Burwells are a big part of the Barrett family. William Burwell Barrett, Bill's dad. Pat Montgomery Barrett, Pat Jr.'s father and namesake, or name for him. Thomas Richard Barrett, Uncle Dick, and we'll talk about them in a minute, for whom Richard Barrett is named. And lastly, Lewis Burwell Barrett. I'm sorry to say I don't have a picture of Mama Barrett with me. She died only a few months after Granddaddy Barrett. I remember her. She was in the bedroom downstairs, off to on the south side of the east side of the house, Bill. where we walked through the other day to get out where the photographs were. That was their master bedroom at the time, and I never saw her out of that bed. It was the last months of her life, but she was always sweet, and she'd want me to come sit on the bed with her and talk to her, and she was pretty, even had a lovely face even at that time. I remember, we had to go to the house to see her, the house. I remember her being sweet and kind, as every single one of her children were, which speaks volumes to her Christian character. In addition to successfully raising these children and being the wife and helpmate of probably the most successful businessman in the county, Mama Barrett was a gifted artist, and I've told that story. We've talked about Pat and we've talked about Will, those two children. The others are buried down there with them, and y'all saw that this morning. The first one I want to talk about is Olivia Burwell Barrett. Again, Burwell. She's born, that's Annie's grandmother. Born April 10, 1900. Married on November 25, 1922 to Dr. Ed Linfield, a physician in Gulfport, a thriving medical practice. They had a lovely home on the beach, 1012 East Beach. It was all, I couldn't remember when I was writing this down whether it was Gulfport or Biloxi. It was right on the line. But it was, had a Gulfport address. They had two lovely daughters who were my first cousins, and Pat Jr.'s first cousins. Ann Burwell Linfield, born in 1922, and Mary Barrett Linfield, born in 1926. Dr. Linfield tragically died in an automobile crash in the early 1930s. I think I remember 1932. I couldn't find the date, but it was when those children, very, very young. Olivia never remarried. She got a job as a secretary at Keesler Air Force Base. Eventually became I think the top civilian assistant to the commander of the base, and she worked there at Keesler until she retired, living at that home at 1012 East Beach and raising those pretty, do we have that? Yes, I'm gonna get you a better one of these, but this is, I'll pass this around. You can hardly see it. We'll get something better, Ed. But these are lovely girls. You can tell they are. That's Ann is on the right, and that's Mary. That's your mother on the left. And you see how pretty they are. Y'all pass that around. Ann married. We talked about it a little last night, O.L. Petty Jr. in 1945, and they lived in Belton, Texas, the remainder of their lives. O.L. was a nice guy and a funny guy, big talker, Texan, typical Texan. In the business of selling desks, school desks, and other equipment to schools all over Texas. They have 3 children. Your cousins, Gene, David, and Stephen. David Petty was, he and I did some business things together early on. I hadn't heard from him in years, but they're fine people. Olivia's other daughter, Mary Barrett Linfield, married Ed Harpole in 1947. You need to know a little about Ed Harpole. He was an American hero, a big part of the greatest generation that saved us from, saved our freedom in World War II. Ed graduated from Ole Miss, I think just before World War II. He joined the Navy right after Pearl Harbor and served as a flying officer for the Navy for the next 25 years. During World War II, he was a Navy pilot in the Pacific. He won a commendation for flying a float plane to a Japanese-held island and rescuing trapped American, I think they were Marines, but they were American fighting men. He flew the B-29 bomber, and General Curtis bombs away LeMay's campaign to reduce Japan's ability and will to fight in 1944 and on through 1945, flying the B-29 bombers. They first flew them before Curtis LeMay. The commander flew them at 32,000 feet, where you couldn't. The Japs couldn't do anything. They couldn't do anything about it, but they couldn't hit anything from that distance. And it was just not effective. They were on oxygen, and you'd freeze to death, but you'd have to have these thick clothes on and stuff because they didn't have. It was unpressurized planes. But anyway, so Curtis LeMay took over, and he changed the tactics. We're going to now go in at 5,000 feet. I mean, just right on the deck, kind of where they could, but they would do it at night, and they completely, and the Japanese could not contend with it, they did a lot more damage than the atomic bombs did at Nagasaki and Hiroshima by far. They did the same thing to, 200 cities in Japan, just wiped them out, and he was a part of that. He flew bombers over Korea in the Korean conflict, Korean War. Post-Korean War, he flew U-2 spy missions over Russia. He was the only Navy pilot ever allowed to fly a U-2. That was an Air Force plane. They were very jealous about it, but he was so good. He was so good that he was allowed into that program. That program stopped when they shot the Russians. Finally got a missile or something that would shoot them down. They were flying at like 60,000 feet. Anyway, Mary and Ed had 3 children: Mary Burwell, Mark Lester, and Rachel Ann Hatchett, Annie, here with us today. I'm going to tell you 2 stories about Olivia. In 1969, July of 1969, there was a little disturbance in the Gulf called Hurricane Camille. Until Hurricane Katrina happened in 2005, it was the worst natural disaster ever in the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, as far as the loss of property and 200 people were killed on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Olivia, remember what I said, 1012 East Beach, they were on the beach. They had, nothing separated them except the Highway 90, which ran right along the coast. You'd walk across the street and be on the beach. And she was going to ride it out. Daddy called her up and fussed at her and said, "You can't do that. You have to." She finally talked her into going over to a friend's house on the other side of Biloxi. When then the hurricane hit, she was safe. We got down there the next afternoon. We had to get a special pass from the National Guard to get in, but we did. We took things to, help, get her stuff, and there wasn't any stuff. There was nothing there. Where the house was nothing. On the property, we found 2 silver spoons. After looking for a long time, it was Pat Jr. and Daddy and me. We found her house only because she had a red car at the time, and she'd bought herself a fancy red car, and you could see that car sticking out of the sand dune and out of the, and that was where the house was, I guess, but it was nothing. It was smashed to pieces. We got those 2 spoons, and we turned around and went back home. Daddy told her, "Well, we got this. It really wasn't anything much there." She said, "Thank you." Olivia never asked another question about it. I guess it was so traumatic. She never said, "Well, what the rest of the house look like, or what are the neighbors, or how does it look now?" Nothing. And it struck her so much. And she came She moved to Lexington, and we at Daddy's, not only an invitation, but he strongly suggested that she come, and he wanted her up there, and that was his sister, and she had the rest of her family up there, and a collateral family, and so she came, and she was a wonderful part, became an everyday part of our lives for the rest of her life. Last story about Olivia. I went to see her Christmas time, 1984. I think it was 2 years before she died. And pretty as ever, we had a great visit. And I asked her, I said, Olivia, if you could be any age, if you could, the bank had done really well. She owned bank stock, and she didn't have any money, had no money problem. I said, and they'd always struggled down on the coast. And I said, if you could be any age you wanted to be, and knowing what you know now, having the money that you have now, built financial situation you have now, what age would you like to be? And she laughed at me. She said, are you crazy? She said, Don, I have just about run my race. You know what a horse races are like? You run around the track. Well, I've run around that track, and I'll tell you, my life has been rewarding, but I've had a pretty tough time. It hadn't been easy for me a lot of times, but I've run this race, and now I'm all the way back around. I guess you'd say I'm in the back stretch, but I can see that finish line. You think I want to go back and run it all over again? Are you nuts? and it was a great statement of faith on her part. She didn't fear meeting the Lord. I mean, she knew where she was going, and that was to heaven. So anyway, I love that story about her. Okay, that's it. Unless, would you like to say something? Or okay, all right. Well, I didn't do it justice, I hope, but I loved her. Okay, that was Olivia. W.O. Barrett and Rachel's second child was Rachel Burwell Barrett, born on January the 11th, 1903. She married Lester Thompson, Uncle Jelly, on June 17th, 1935. They lived the remainder of their lives in the house next door to Pat and Sarah Barrett, and all their children, all of us. We lived right next door. We were 510 Boulevard. They were 508 Boulevard, and that's the house that your sister Mildred's children, I think, own. Your sisters own, I believe now. And or maybe Mildred does, I don't know. But they did own it, but
they gave it to the school.
They donated it to the school. Okay. Rachel was funny and sweet, and Pat Jr. and I and Sally and Mildred were in and out of that home all the time. We'd go across. There was a place that we had a fence, a white wooden fence, and one of the boards was down at a certain spot, which made it easier to walk across, and that's where we would usually walk across. Maybe I was in high school sometime. The mom and daddy decided to upgrade that fence, and they put a brick fence out there. It's really nice, still there. And Mildred, your mother, insisted that they have a gate right at that spot, and she showed them right where it was, and have a gate there, and they put it in, and Mildred named it the Zackley Cross, because that's exactly where you cross. That's right. All right, now let me tell you about Jelly. That's right. He was wonderful. He was a big guy, always in great shape. He loved to hunt quail. The day after my last football game in high school, best shape of my life, he asked me to go quail hunting with him. I did. He gave me the first shot all day, and then he would, if there's anything, he'd clean it up. I killed 3, and he killed 16, and he never stopped walking. He walked me literally. You think I was tired this morning? Uncle Jelly, he was 72 years old, walked me into the ground. Uncle Jelly played football at Mississippi State and came to Lexington in 1931 as the high school football coach. Where's that picture of them and the team? There it is. Okay, this is a picture. Well, you won't be able to see it, but I'm giving it. It's in everybody's packet. This is a picture of Jelly Thompson with his 1932 Lexington. I think they were called the Purple Wave back then. Undefeated. In the whole 65-year history of Lexington High School, there was one undefeated team, and that was the one that Jelly Thompson coached. After his stint as a football coach, he became the principal and then the superintendent of the public school system in Lexington. And from that, the county superintendent of education was an elective position. He ran for that and won it. And for many terms thereafter until he retired was the county superintendent of education, where he did an excellent job. When he retired, he devoted his time to his cattle ranch. He had a cattle ranch out at Coxburg.
Jelly hired Matt's mama.
That's right. Well, I'll be down. That's and she was a holdover to the new regime. That when he retired, a different demographic took over, and the first year their telephone bill was more than his entire budget. But anyway, that's just the way it is. And he loved to go bird hunting too. One more thing. Jelly Thompson died in 1990. In that time, he had never talked about, as much as we talked football, they would eat Sunday dinner with us just all the time, talk football, and he would just listen. He would offer a comment if somebody asked him something. Never mentioned his football days at Mississippi State. Vaguely, I knew that he had played. 9 years after he died, in 1999, Mississippi State University announced its all-century football team. For the top 22 players in the last 100 years for Mississippi State, Jelly Thompson was one of the 22. The next child of W.O. Barrett and Rachel Burwell Barrett was Thomas Richard Barrett, Uncle Dick. He was small in physical size, but he was enormous. He was gigantic in his heart and gigantic in his intellect and personality. A couple of true stories. When Dick was 12 years old, that summer he went to work for my daddy, for Pop. Daddy was an entrepreneur, kind of like his daddy as a kid, and when he was 15 years old, he set up a string of fireworks stands around the 4th of July all over town, and he sold them, and he hired young people younger than him to work the stands, and he made a lot of money at it, relatively speaking. Uncle Dick was one of his agents. He was down on Beale Street in Lexington. His stand was probably on the sidewalk there towards the back end of the coffee company. Now, just probably 20 yards off the square, anyway, so what happened? This guy comes up named Hubert Hokert. The Hokerts were big bootleggers out at Coxburg, and this guy was sort of oafish and a bully. He was a grown man, and little Dick was 12, and he said, I bought some fireworks from you and they didn't work. I want my money back. And Dick said, you didn't buy them from me. You're not going to get any money back. He said, I want $1 back. He said, I am going to get it back. And he apparently had bought them somewhere else. I don't know where he'd got them. But anyway, Dick said, you didn't buy them from me and I'm not giving you your money back. The guy said, you'll give it back to me or I'll beat you up or whatever. And Dick said, no, you won't do that either. And by this time, the city marshal sees what's going on and starts yelling, Mr. Hokert, stop, stop, stop. Don't move. Dick had a .45 revolver. He's 12. He was fixing to blow him to kingdom come. True story. Daddy told me that story. All right, that's... Yeah. So, all right, the next summer, Dick was 13. And he and Fred Petty's brother, I can't remember his name, he was the same age, they read or heard about, or somehow or another, about a revolution in Nicaragua. Sounded very romantic. And they decided to run away and join the revolutionaries in Nicaragua. 13 years old. Gravel roads to New Orleans. I mean, you know, but they got caught. But where they got caught, they were in the hold, the cargo hold, hidden in the corner of it in the back, on a banana boat headed to Nicaragua. They were still in port, and somebody heard them or something down there and caught them and sent them home. That's Uncle Dick. The next summer, Dick was 14. On his own, he took a notion he wanted to see California. Well, Fred Petty's brother wasn't interested in going, whatever, and no problem. Dick went by himself. Didn't tell anybody he was going, ran away. He took off for California. After about a month of enjoying California, he sort of realized that maybe I ought to let Mama know I'm okay. So he called home, made a collect call home. Mama Barrett begged him to come back, and so he said he would. She asked him, did he have enough money to take the train? Yes, ma'am, he said. He had $2. About a week later, he showed up back in Lexington. He still had the $2. He had returned home the same way he went out there, hopping freight trains like a hobo, and sleeping at hobo camps. And you know, they'd give him food at these hobo camps and made it back. He's fine, glad to be home. Dick did not attend a university, but he did go to Soule Business School for a year, and then he became a distributor of Texaco gas and oil in Holmes County. His operation was down where Sunflower Food Stores is in Lexington now, down the hill, and that's called Depot Street. World War II broke out. Dick joined the Navy. He saw action the whole war aboard the USS Charles F. Hughes, a destroyer, mostly in the Mediterranean, I think it was. Bill, I think you know more about this than I do. He was at Anzio, and tell about. Would you get up and tell about that? Come back here with where I am, so you can. Anzio was the beachhead before we invaded Europe, France. The British were just, we've got to do something, and Stalin was saying you got to open a second front. So we sort of compromised, and we attacked Italy down in the southern part of Italy, and under General Mark Clark, who was a terrible general, and it caused a lot of people to get killed. It was a tough, bloody fight. But anyway,
yeah.
All right, come right here so you.
All right. Could I go back to Rachel?
Yeah.
Just a minute. I guess it was in the 1970s, 80s, when certificates of deposits were very popular. They're not popular now, but they were popular then. My daddy and I visited her, and she mentioned that she had CDs. And Rachel, some of you may remember that she kind of shook. A little nervous, but kind of shook. And so she said something to the effect, I have CDs. And my daddy said, I don't have any CDs. And she really began to shake, and she said, you don't like CDs? And my daddy said, no, I like CDs, I don't have any money. But Dick, my dad told me several things about Dick. He was walking down Clifton Street, 12 years old. A man stopped and asked him, where are you going? He said, I thought I'd step down to Florida for a few days. And my daddy told me that he, when he was gone, Ms. Barrett would put a empty plate on the table because she never knew when he might show up. But the day after Pearl Harbor, he walked into my daddy's office, and said that he was going to join the Navy, but what he said, how he told my daddy was, he walked in and said, "I'll see you some more." And he served on the destroyer, and at Anzio, he was the chief fire officer on the destroyer, and he gave the coordinates to those who fired I think the 5-inch guns, and they scored direct hits on 6 German tanks. And my daddy said, never mention that to Dick, because it always bothered him that he killed all those men if they were a crew of 4 times 6, and so I didn't, but it bothered me that Dick, and I guess he never gave himself credit, because he may have saved the lives of 100, maybe 1,000 American soldiers, but he just focused on that. And he was in Tokyo Bay when General MacArthur and the others signed the papers ending World War II. And one thing I mentioned again, I think I mentioned this as well. I think Dick probably had, of all of his brothers and sisters, I think Dick probably had the saddest or the hardest life of them all. I think he was probably more sensitive than anybody else, than his brothers and sisters. And when Lewis Burrow Barrett died, he took the body down the back stairs of the house so Ms. Barrett would not find the body. And then he and Cargill had one son who was stillborn. And it seemed to me that it seemed like death seemed to be more around him than anybody else in the family, and yet at the same time he may have been the most sensitive of any of the brothers and sisters.
That's a great story. That's moving, Bill. Thank you. One thing, and I know a story that I know about. They were off the coast of Marseille in 1944, shelling German position, and in the afternoon, the German planes that they had in that area would attack right at dusk. The sun was right or something, but they would expect them late in the afternoon, always come and be a battle. And one time a bomb hit pretty close, didn't do any major damage, but there was shrapnel all over the deck. It was titanium scrap. And Dick fashioned, he was an artist. I mean, he was really an artist. He fashioned a letter opener and sent it to Daddy, to Pat, and it said, presented by Adolf, Charles F. Hughes, something in 1944, the date in 1944. And Daddy kept it on his desk until his whole life, except for 2 days in 1954 that I'll tell you all about later if I get up my nerve. But we got it back. Everything was okay. So that's the story of the letter opener. I don't know where it went. I figured, oh, good for you. Keep it. It is so, I mean, that's and pass it down. Make sure your children and your grandchildren, I know that your grandchildren know what it was and whose it was. It's not a trinket, it's something else. Dick was the only person strong. He was in really good shape. He was a relatively small person. He was the only person on the Charles F. Hughes who could chin himself with one hand. And he could do it indefinitely. I mean, he could just do it until people got tired of watching him. And which was pretty impressive. After Dick and Will whipped the Nazis, Dick came home and he and Will went into a farming partnership on East Bank Plantation, about 5 miles north of Chula on Highway 49, a Delta plantation. Dick continued to farm there until he reached retirement age. He eventually bought Will out, and Will stayed and worked in the bank, and and Dick had the operation by himself. In 1952, at the age of 38, Dick married Cargill Howard from Durant. They were devoted to each other for as long as they both lived. They had one child who died one day after his birth, and it says baby boy Barrett. Very sad. I think that always had something to do with their love of children, and they were. Let me read you some. This was on Facebook about a month ago. From Vivian Stevenson. She was one of the neighbors. They lived in what they call, Richard and all of them lived in what we call the neighborhood. It's where all the bunch of children, and they played every day. And Dick's front yard was their sports field. I mean, they played football there and everything every day. But here's a picture of this is Dick and this is Cargill. This is another little bad picture of them, but it's them smiling. And she put on Facebook, two of the most precious people, Dick and Cargill Barrett, this was just a month ago, were such an important part of our childhood. Dick kept our skates gliding, built us stilts in his workshop, and walked the creeks with us looking for petrified wood. Cargill always had homemade cookies and cold drinks, bandaged us up when we got a scrape, and gifted us Maytag blue cheese every Christmas her entire life. Dick was Steve's, that's her brother, hunting partner and best man at his wedding. The father had died. Cargill sat next to me during my father's funeral with her arm around my shoulder, stroking my hand in comfort. She still holds my heart today. We love them so. Isn't that a nice tribute to somebody you're not kin to? And no, they don't. Vivian doesn't have any connection with us now, particularly, but that is obviously from the heart. He was also the person that taught me how to duck hunt. Love this picture of Dick. He'd hold it up for the camera to see. I killed my first duck in a blind with him in 1957 when I was 12 years old. Shot him on the water with a .410 that he had given me. I was scared to death I was going to miss. But Laura, Richard, any of y'all want to add anything about Dick in the neighborhood?
His little shop where he would put these little trinkets together, paperweights and stuff. He had an amazing talent to be able to do that.
My first pair of roller skates he made.
Yeah, he was,
roller skates.
yeah.
And I still have a necklace that he made for me when I was 12 years old. So, the door was open for all of us.
And anybody could use his tools. He would let anybody except me. He did for a while, but I said, I need to borrow a hammer. He said, no. I said, why not? Why? He said, because you don't bring things back or you tear them up. So I guess he sort of had the goods on me, but
That's where your brother got that.
The last child of Will W.O. Barrett, my grandfather, and Rachel Burwell Barrett, was Lewis Burwell Barrett, and that's what Bill was just talking to. He was born on May 4, 1917. At that time, the house was not it. They didn't live in where Bill lives now, which everybody calls the Barrett home, built in 1851 or something like that. But it was at that time they lived on North Street, about 100 yards south of the intersection there of Clifton and North Street, and just right at the corner of Pickens Street and North Street on the south side of the street there, up on the hill. Right now, Fannie Mae Cothran lived over to the right, and that house, and there was a big two-story house there. The back of it was kind of where Jack Yates's house that they had was later on. In November, Bill was alluding to this, in November of 1918, there was a worldwide flu epidemic breakout, which became an epidemic. Started among the U.S. troops in America that were going as replacement troops for post-war, started at some base in Kansas. And they got over there, and they were all infected and didn't know it. and they were at this. People were coming and going. Most of the soldiers were coming home, and they came home to 1,000 different communities, and every one of them were infected with flu, and they caught it. And same thing. The French soldiers did the same thing, and everybody did. The British soldiers, and it was a worldwide epidemic. It was more like the Black Plague, the Black Death in the 1400s than it was this COVID thing, which was nothing compared to what happened in 1918 to 1920. It was about 2 years, and so no vaccine. Millions of Americans died. Around the 1st of March, 1920, 2 members of the Barrett household, Mama Barrett, she had the flu according to Daddy, and the little boy, Louis Burwell, had the flu. It was touch and go for both of them. On March 11, 1920, the little boy died. And as Bill said, I've heard it 2 different ways that Dick took him down the back stairs, but there was also a window that was involved that they didn't want. They thought that Mama Barrett would die of heartbreak. I mean, she was about to die anyway, and they thought that she could. It was touch and go, and if she saw her little baby boy that she loved so much, 4 years old, saw him and realized he was dead, she would probably die. And so they let him go out the window. And after she recovered, she said, I don't want to live in that house anymore. And they sold that house and bought the house that Bill and Eva live in today. And that became the Barrett home. It's where all of them were raised. Daddy grew up, everybody. And anyway, that's that story. That little boy is buried there right next to his mom and daddy. Oh, do you? Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put it in the package. I'll send it. What I want to do, if y'all listen up, Richard. What I want to do is to one of y'all to come up with an email address list of everybody that's here that would like to be on it. We can talk about some of these things, and if you want to update something, we can send those photographs, and it might be a good way, a family, we can call it the tour group, Barrett tour group or something, and we put that on that. So that is that covers. Oh, let's see.
The mantle from the original Barrett home is in Janice's home. Daddy moved it up to the North Street home, and it's there in the Barrett home. In the den. No, from the original Barrett home.
That's all I've got for the Barretts. We're going.
Very good, very good. Yeah.
Thank you. All right.
Gracias.
Okay. We're now finished with the Lexington Cemetery, and we come now to the as far back as we go in Mississippi in generations to the gravesite of Oliver Perry Barrett, named after his mother's father, Oliver Perry Walton. He was the son of Don Carlos Barrett and Lucy Walton. He was born August 29, 1811 at Natchez, Mississippi. That sounds very simple and straightforward, but it is not. There's a huge backstory here that has to be told before we go any further. I'm going to read you an account written by the granddaughter of Cornelia Barrett Ligon, the lady that wrote the fabulous article in American Heritage magazine in 1956. It was her memoirs written 30 years before that, but it was published in 1956, and we'll talk about that and read some excerpts from it a little bit later. But she was one of Oliver Barrett's daughters. She was a brother to our Thomas Hickman Williams Barrett that we're going to see out at Edwards in a little bit. And this is what she wrote. The early marriage and separation of Don Carlos Barrett and his young, expectant wife has been a dark and speculative event through later generations of Barretts. The following account of his family happening was contributed by Mary Nicholson. It is a part of her Aunt Elizabeth Barrett's memories, as Elizabeth Barrett knew personally the children of Oliver Barrett, Lucy's son. It is one of the best interpretations available of this young couple's separation, and Nancy and I can tell you, we met Elizabeth Barrett. We went to see them, and I'll talk about that when we get out to Edward, but we went to see them when we were I was in the Air Force in 1969, stationed in Sacramento, California. They lived in Oakland, and we'll talk about that later. She was smart as a whip. She gave me, we'll all see it, the July 4, 1863 newspaper, the Daily Citizen of Vicksburg. It was the last edition published before the surrender, and actually they ran it up, the Yankee press ran it off, finished running the run off. It was printed on wallpaper because they'd run out of newsprint, but we'll talk about that later. But anyway, here's what she said. It is one of the best interpretations available of this young couple's separation. Don Carlos Barrett was very intelligent. He was a high-class man who lived in Vermont at one time. He practiced law in Natchez, Mississippi. There he and Lucy Walton married. She was the young daughter of a very wealthy man who had also moved there from Vermont. From what I gathered, the young couple were very happy and his legal business was fine. He evidently wanted to lead an adventurous life. My great-grandmother Lucy loved him and wanted to go with him, which he planned for her to do. Her father did not want him to leave Natchez and did his best to keep Don Carlos from going, but Don Carlos was determined to go. Finally, it reached the point where Lucy, the wife, had to choose between her husband and her father. Don Carlos, she was about 16. Don Carlos told her that he'll never come back, and he pled with her to come with him. She and her father went down to the river and were on the boat when he left. An eyewitness told of his, that's her daddy, Lucy's daddy, almost dragging her off the boat while she was weeping and sobbing. I judge no one knew for sure whether or not she would go with him. Her account continues. Her son, Oliver Perry, here, was born after months had gone by. Don Carlos never knew that he had a child or was expecting one. She didn't either, apparently. Later, after the separation became legal and time had elapsed, Lucy married a rich man. She and Aunt Elizabeth said a better and finer man, Richard Cordell. He was a good man and a fine man, but Aunt Elizabeth, they were prejudiced because, he ran off and left her, The Cordells had no children of their own. So Lucy Walton moves to Jackson with her father and marries a nice and wealthy planter named Richard Cordell. He's buried right here. Who owned thousands of acres, very wealthy, and she becomes Lucy Cordell. Lucy and Richard Cordell had never had any children of their own, but Mr. Cordell and little 9-year-old Oliver Barrett here come to love each other, and Mr. Cordell treats him as his son. Never adopts him, but he treats him, he was his son, and you can tell. Oliver's lifespan was during the most flourishing and representative period of the fabulous Old South. His mama's family, the Waltons, were wealthy planters, and his mama had now married into even greater wealth. His was a lifestyle that resembled Tara in Gone with the Wind. Much of his early education was at home, this is Oliver now, with private tutors. In 1826, Mississippi College at Clinton opened its doors for the first time, and Oliver Barrett entered its first class at age 15. When Oliver was 22, he journeyed to the John Walton Plantation in Madison County, Mississippi, just up the road, to marry Mr. Walton's young daughter, Sarah Cornelia Walton. These Waltons had moved to Mississippi from Alabama and were a member of the Walton family of Revolutionary War fame. At the time of this marriage, Sarah Cornelia was 13 3/4 years old. There was so much death and so much, that they married young. In due time, Oliver Barrett prospered as a planter on his own. In the vernacular of the day, like his stepfather, he was considered well-to-do. He eventually owned land located along the Jackson-Clinton Road. That's Capitol Street running out past the Jackson Livingston Park Zoo, if you know where that is, into Clinton, and added up to, in total, they were in separate tracts, about 6,400 acres. When Richard Cordell died in 1854, he left his entire estate to the children of Oliver Barrett. That would be Thomas William Hickman and his 6 brothers and sisters. Didn't matter much after the Civil War, but technically they owned it. The home in which Oliver was raised was on Newstead Plantation, which was included in Richard Cordell's will and located west of Jackson, and that part was like 2,300 acres. So my father was a land lawyer and loved to do land titles working. For the heck of it, one day he went to Jackson and also went to Raymond, the 2 county seats of Hinds County, and looked up the records, not for all of the property, but for Newstead, which is in close, which is where the mansion was that they lived in. And this is his, everybody's going to get a copy of this. This is his, this shows the work that Daddy did. This is the land. It consists of 2,300 acres approximately, and you can't tell anything about that unless you're a lawyer, but he also put it on a map of Hinds County, Mississippi, where you can see exactly where it is. It is, there's, the 220 bypass, you come into Madison and then there's a Natchez Trace, and then it says Highway 220 that goes to I-10 and you can bypass Jackson right back up the road. That runs right through the middle of this property. And it is, it ends, I think it ends on Capitol Street extended. That's the southern boundary of it pretty much. And it is, the Hawkins Field is all of Hawkins Field, the original airport in Jackson, still a private facility, but it's a big airport. And it includes the zoo, the Jackson Zoo as well. So it's pretty interesting. At the time it was out in the country, but it was close. And we talked about the his we don't have a description of his we don't have a photograph. We'll have a description of it. I'm going to read it to you in a minute, but we have a photograph of the cottage downtown. It was on North State Street, pretty close to where the Baptist Church is now, where that overpass goes. It's on the right hand, across the street from where the Baptist Church is. This is that house. It's about 10,000 square feet. And that was just a little cabin that they had. They were, Daddy put this together. It said, "This is the Oliver Barrett Townhouse, State and College Streets, Jackson, Mississippi. The columns and entrance were moved to College Street, and the front yard on State Street was used for a business." This was later. It was taken on College Street in 1956, shortly before the house was demolished. So the house survived for another 100 years or so. This is Oliver Barrett. I took this is a photograph I took. There's a beautiful oil painting of him in Bill Barrett's house. Bill owns the painting. You can see the pretty frame that it's in. It's in the in the dining room of Bill's house. And this was taken probably during his, I'm guessing 1855. I mean, it was, times were pretty good. You know, he lived in that time where there was no war, cotton prices were high, everybody was happy, it was peaceful, country was, nobody thought about war or anything like that, and there was no problems, anything. It was gone with the wind, you know, and boy, did it go with the wind. He also owned a beautiful mansion out at Newstead Plantation where I described. I'll read you a description of it when we in just a little while. But he owned this townhouse about 10,000 square feet. I want to stop right here and discuss who Oliver Barrett's ancestors were, because that's who your ancestors were and my ancestors, and it is more than a little impressive. First, so we're going back up the line, back to the beginnings of our country. How far back do we go to when our family came to America? All right, Don Carlos Barrett, whom he never laid eyes on, but whose genes he inherited. Don Carlos, he gets on that boat, his wife has left him, you know, I'm sure he's mad at her, but more mad at his father-in-law. He goes back to Vermont. He eventually remarries, I think in 1820. He goes and practices law in Pennsylvania for a few years. But in 1835, he's in Texas. We don't know how he got there. He's in Texas practicing law, and he is a leader in the Texas War for Independence against Mexico. He winds up being Attorney General of the Provisional Government of the Republic of Texas, and he's author of the Constitution of the Republic of Texas. This is your great, however many great-grandfather. He became ill and died at the home of Stephen F. Austin in 1838, and he's buried in Brazoria, Texas, down south of Houston, under a monument erected by the United Daughters of the Texas Republic. It's a nice big monument. I believe some of you have seen it and told me about it. I believe Pat Jr., didn't he take y'all, Barrett and Dean? Yeah. And so, you know, one thing we know is Don Carlos had great intelligence to achieve this, and he had great leadership qualities to achieve this, that he passed on to Oliver Barrett in the gene pool and down to us. And that's something to be proud of and to think about. Let's keep going up the tree. I want to keep going up the tree. Now, we don't have any more graves, so earlier than this, so we want to start here. Don Carlos was the son of Jonathan Barrett II, not whom Jonathan Barrett was named. That was the dad. We'll get to that. And Elizabeth Murdoch Barrett, who married in 1788. Jonathan II was a patriot who served in the Continental Army in the American Revolution in various units, but the whole war. Back in those days, when people of substance traveled, in those days they didn't have, they didn't have Facebook for people to find out about you. They would carry a to whom it may concern letter that you would give when you got somewhere that would vouch for his good name and reputation. We have one. I'm not going to read it. I'm going to try to move a little faster. I'm not going to read it, but it was he carried this when he traveled. He moved in 1816 from one town to another, and among its signers was the governor of Vermont. Going further back up the line, Jonathan Barrett II's father was naturally Jonathan Barrett I. They really just, they probably didn't say the first, they probably didn't say senior and junior, it was probably just Jonathan Barrett and then Jonathan Barrett, but to differentiate, we're saying that. Jonathan Barrett I was born in 1731 in Hamptontown, Connecticut, and he married Sarah Haskell in 1750 and had the son Jonathan II, from whom we descend. Let's keep going. I'm headed somewhere. Jonathan, the first wife, was Mary Haskell, who was the daughter of John Haskell II and Mary Squire. They married in 1699. Now, going back, John Haskell II was the son of John Haskell Sr. and a lady named Patience Soule, S-O-U-L-E, and they had gotten married in 1666. You know, like that name, that sounds like a pilgrim almost, you know, one of those names they would give them with the virtues. Patience Soule, John Haskell's wife, was the daughter of George Soule and Mary Bucket, who married in 1626. George Soule came to America on the Mayflower in 1620 and was one of the 41 signers of the Mayflower Compact, the first document establishing a free government run by its citizens in the Western world, and is considered one of the most important documents in American history. The Mayflower Compact was an iconic document in the history of America, written and signed aboard the Mayflower on November 11, 1620, while still anchored in Provincetown Harbor in Massachusetts. Plymouth Rock is just right there. And it has become one of the most historic documents in American history. It was published in London in 1622, and its authors added a preamble to clarify its meaning. It was thought good that there should be an association and agreement that we should combine together in one body, and to submit such government and submit to such government and governors as we should by common consent agree to make and choose. That was unheard of. That's telling the king to go stick it, and it's telling the Archbishop of Canterbury, or whoever it was that ran the Church of England, and that's really to go stick it. They wanted to worship God in their own, they worship Jesus Christ in their own way. And 41 men signed the compact. The signatories, you remember these names maybe from Longfellow's poem about all this. William Bradford, he was the colony governor. Miles Standish, does that he'd been a soldier of fortune. Is evidence he was not a member of the church, but was associated with it. He came on the Mayflower and was the colony's chief military officer, and served until his death in 1656. John Alden, remember John Alden? He married Priscilla Mullins. Remember? Miles Standish in the Longfellow poem, Miles Standish, big tough guy, told John Alden, who was just a kid, nice guy, said, go tell Priscilla Mullins that I would have her as my wife. And so he went over and told Priscilla that, and Priscilla famously said, speak for yourself, John. And John took a gulp and said, will you marry me? And she said yes. That's part of the romantic poem, Longfellow's poem. And George Soule, here, all this is off Wikipedia. George Soule arrived from London as a servant to Edward Winslow, who was another signer, but he was a free man. He was an indentured servant, not a slave. An indentured servant is somebody that wants to do something but he doesn't have any money, and the guy says, I'll pay the money, but you got to work for me for 5 years, 6 years, whatever the deal was. And that was how he got to America. That's how badly he wanted to be here. He lived a long life, died in 1679. There's one other thing I want to read you about this. This is so cool. Well, maybe I don't want to read it to you. I can't find it. It's what it was. It talks about what George Soule, the things he did at the Plymouth at the colony. He volunteered for the military. He served on many juries. He was awarded. Apparently, they said everybody owns the land until the government gives it out. And at one point, they gave him a peach orchard. Another place, they gave him and his wife a field for their cows or something. It was really cool how it showed how the government worked, but it showed he was an integral part of it. And so that is something they've got these societies that you can to be in the Mayflower Compact Society is pretty cool, and all of y'all are eligible to do that. So I mean, anyway. So that's that. One final thing. Somebody just before we started, Eva asked me, said, "Well, what generation is it? Are we?" And I said, "Are who?" Because we're different generations. But here's, I'll say it this way. We'll say Pat Jr. Pat Barrett Jr. Well, Laura and Patrick and Jonathan are one generation. Their father is Pat Jr. Their grandfather is Pat Sr. Their great grandfather is W.O. Barrett from Lexington that we talked about, being such an entrepreneur. Did I say great grandfather? So their great grandfather is Thomas Hickman Williams Barrett. His father is Oliver Perry Barrett. His father is Don Carlos Barrett. His father is Jonathan Barrett II. Whose mother is Sarah Haskell, whose father was John Haskell II, whose father was John Haskell, who married Patience Soule, who was the daughter of George Soule. And there you have it. It's solid. It is a solid line. There's no guessing. The records are there. It's the coolest thing. For me, George Soule, all right, George Soule is my 8th great-grandfather. You got it? Patience Soule is the 7th great-grandmother. John Haskell, the 2nd, is the 6th great-grandmother, father. 5th great-grandmother is Sarah Haskell. 4th great-grandfather Jonathan Barrett II. 3rd great Don Carlos. 2nd great Oliver Perry. Great grandfather Thomas Hickman Williams Barrett. Grandfather William O. Barrett, Oliver Barrett. Father Pat Montgomery Barrett. Son me. Grandson Richard Lawson, and so forth. And Mary or Lawson, let's say Mary and Beckett. All right. Okay. So that is that, and we are ready to go. I want to say one thing that I told some of y'all. That little cemetery, little gravestone over there, that is Mary Watts. That is the first wife of Thomas Hickman Williams, who we're going to see out at Edwards right now. And he had a second wife. She had 3 children by them, and that's where we came from, through Mary. So she is she would be my great grandmother, and she's in a direct line. But she was buried here because she died young. He was a young man. They were out at Edwards. There was no cemetery out there at the time. But by the time the second wife died in 1915, there were a lot of Barretts that were already buried in this little churchyard cemetery, and that's where she was buried. So we're now at the last stop on the Great Barrett Family Heritage Tour. We're at a little cemetery out in the country near Edwards, Mississippi, at the tombstone and gravesite of Thomas Hickman Williams Barrett, the son of Oliver Barrett, who is my great-grandfather and all of our common ancestor. T.H.W. Barrett was named for a close friend of his dad, Oliver Barrett, by that name. He never liked having 4 names, and nobody called him by 4 names. Everybody called him Tom, and so that's what we're going to call him the rest of the afternoon. Tom was born on August 24th, 1844, near Newstead Plantation at the Patrick Place. We don't know where that is, but it's close in around Clinton. He married twice, first to Mary Watts on August 20, 1867. Remember, we saw the little small gravestone there, and had 4 children by her, one of whom being William Oliver Barrett, my grandfather, our grandfather and great-grandfather, whom we talked about in Lexington this morning. Mary died in January of 1873. She was a young woman near Jackson, and that's where that's the reason she's buried in the cemetery. This cemetery probably wasn't here then, or the Barretts had no connection with it, and so that's where she was buried. Tom, the next year, married her sister, Elizabeth Cannon Watts, who bore him 11 children. Elizabeth died in Edwards on October 9, 1915. This is her grave marker right next to Tom's. These sisters were of very much of aristocratic stock in South Carolina. Their brother, Richard Cannon Barrett, Richard Cannon Watts, there's Richard Barrett, there's Mary Cannon, was Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of South Carolina. I mean, these were the real deal. Richard Barrett, of course, your name comes from Richard Cannon and Mary Cannon also. So the Cannons and the Watts added strength to our Barrett gene pool. We're blessed. Young Tom Barrett's education was just like that of his daddy. They were wealthy people. They had tutors to come in, and they didn't go to schools. Then at age 15, he enrolled, as his father had, at Mississippi College in Clinton in the fall of 1860. That didn't last long. The following spring, the war began. The Civil War, some call it, although it's certainly nothing civil about it. The Southerners generally refer to that conflict as the war between the states, or the War of Northern Aggression. My father, Pat M. Barrett, called it the war to suppress Northern arrogance. He would say, he would say that we can admit we surely lost that one. When war erupted, students at Mississippi College formed their own company, the Mississippi College Rifles, just like the University Grays were formed at the University of Mississippi. It's the exact same thing. And Tom joined that, although he was just barely 16 years old. At this point, the Confederate Army would not accept anybody under 18 years old absent parental approval. And his mother, Lucy Walton Barrett, she wasn't thinking about it. She refused to give it. The family lore says that the night before the Mississippi College Rifles were shipping out, they'd go to Corinth and muster into the Confederate Army and then be sworn in and shipped to Virginia. That night that Tom slipped out of his bed, opened the bedroom window, and joined his fellow students as cadets in the Mississippi College Rifles. And anyway, whether that's true or not, we think it is. But he was there in Corinth on May 29, 1861, and was sworn in as a private in the Confederate Army. We've got those papers. They'll be in your packet showing that. He got there, lucky dog, he got there just in time to be in the thick of the first battle of Manassas, a resounding Confederate victory. About a year later, in September of 1862, don't know exact circumstances. There's family lore about that. They say they saw him without his shirt on and realized how young he must be. That may be true, but it doesn't matter. His commanding officer became aware that he was underage and asked, did he have permission? He had told the truth, and he got an honorable discharge and was sent back to Mississippi, where he stayed at home until, this was in September 1862, until the following May, when Grant crossed the river at Bruinsburg down by Port Gibson and invaded Mississippi with the clear object of taking Vicksburg. He told his mama, don't make me run away from home again. She said she wouldn't.
So Oliver Barrett was dead?
He was dead. He died in 1858. And Lucy, and we'll get into that just a little bit, Lucy was a good, she was a tough businesswoman. She was smart. She ran that business. I mean, she ran that plantation. She continued to run it.
They live here in Edward or live in Jack Clinton?
They lived at Newstead. And this was owned, there was property at Edwards, part of the 6,400 acres but a relatively small and unimportant part of it. But anyway, she said, I won't, and she used her influence to get him into Ratliff's artillery. It was composed of Jacksonians of enough means. They was kind of the blue bloods of Jackson. They purchased their own cannons. They bought their own livery and their horses and the caissons, and they had enough leisure time to train, and they had their own military. They were ready to go. And Colonel Ratliff promised Mrs. Oliver Barrett, promised Lucy that he'll keep her little boy out of actual fighting. Don't have to worry about that. Yeah, right. Tom was in the thick of the fight at the Battle of Champion Hill, the huge battle that preceded and the Battle of Vicksburg, the siege of Vicksburg, and really sealed the doom of Vicksburg, and the Battle of Black Creek Bridge, which was the next day after Champion Hill, where the Confederates tried to regroup, but they were poorly handled by General Pemberton, and they didn't. They were unsuccessful, and they all had to flee back into the defenses at Vicksburg, and thus began the siege of Vicksburg, where he was in the thick of that fighting for the next 41 days. And he was captured when Vicksburg surrendered on the 4th of July, 1863, paroled, and stayed with his unit when it reformed as soon as they got out of sight of the Yankees, about 2 miles out of Vicksburg. And he continued to fight until the end of the war. We may get into it a little bit, but there was a lot of fighting around Newstead, but that was in 1864. Once the Yankees took Vicksburg, they didn't. I always had the idea that they controlled Mississippi. You know, they didn't. They didn't control anything. They went into Jackson. They burned it. You know, they'd burn Sherman was around, they'd burn every little corn crib they could, you know, but then they moved on. And they were in Vicksburg, and that was it. They wanted to control the Mississippi River. Anything on the Big Black was under the control of the Confederates within 2 months after the Battle of Vicksburg. And Tom served in units mostly that protected that line. If they came across that, you know, if they would raid Jackson or something like that, then, you know, it was their job to keep them out, and they were fairly successful at it. But there's one thing he left with at the time of the surrender. He had a copy of the last edition of the Daily Citizen, published on July 4, 1863, but it was set the previous day, or maybe 2 days before, by the Confederates, and then the Yankees, you know, broke into the newspaper and saw it there, you know, where they'd rolling it off. They'd run out of newsprint and were doing it on wallpaper, and they printed up a bunch of those, and had put a little gloating note down in the corner of it. And he wound up with one of those out of Vicksburg. When Nancy and I went, and Richard may not remember it, he was 5 months old. But when I went in the Air Force, I was stationed in Sacramento, California, Navigator Training School. I generally had my weekends off. And we went, Daddy said, I want you to go see my aunts. And it was 3 of them, and one of them was Elizabeth, that we read from this, you know, her story, and she was sharp as a tack, and I mean really sharp, and I believe everything she said. And she said, would you like to look at some of Papa's things? Sure. And in there was this newspaper. It was just about to fall apart. Couldn't believe it. Now, I've got it here so y'all can see it tonight or in the morning if you want to. I just couldn't believe it. And she said, you can have it if you want it. Yes, ma'am. And as soon as I got off, had a few hours free time the next week, I put on my uniform, you know, best uniform I had, and went downtown to Sacramento. It was the state capital of California, so I went to the state archives and asked to see the head of the archives department. And I sat there a couple of hours, and I said, what you think, I've got to report back to duty, do you think I'll be able to see him? No, I don't. Said he doesn't have time to see everybody that comes walking in off the street. What do you want to see him about anyway? And I showed it to her, and she said, oh my Lord, don't leave. You know, she runs back there and gets him, and he comes out, he's straightening his tie, and they were very excited. They said, we know of 2 others. He was a real historian. He said, we know of 2 others of these. There was actually 5 or 6 that are still extant. And he said, he asked me, what do you want to do with it? And I said, I'd like to have it restored, and that's really what I want done. And he said, I said, I'm willing to pay for it. How much will it cost? He said, it depends on whether you're a citizen of California or not. I said, what's the difference in price? I said, he said, if you're not a citizen of California, we'll do it because it's important. But we'll have to charge you what it costs us, and it'll cost, I don't know, maybe $3,000. We removed all the things they do, and said if I said, what about the other way? $2. Oh my goodness. I said, as Ronald Reagan is my governor, I'm a citizen of California. I declare myself a citizen of California. It costs $2, and I have it here. To tell what happened after the fall of Vicksburg, we go to a wonderful article in the June 1956 edition. I showed it to you a little while ago, of American Heritage Magazine. Each of you is going to have a copy of this article in the packet of information that I'm going to give everybody that's here. Let's look at it now. I only have time for a few excerpts. Give me 3 minutes just to give you a flavor of this thing. You can all read it, but read the whole thing yourself. It's by Cornelia Barrett Ligon. That's Tom's sister. And she wrote it probably in the 1920s, but it was published in 1956. When the South seceded from the Union in 1860, I, Cornelia Barrett Ligon, was a child of Dixie in my early teens. At the close of the war in 1865, I was a woman. I'd lived 1,000 years in 5. I can see the battles raging, the dead and dying, because it happened, battles, we'll get into that right on Newstead. The dead and dying, and most terrible of all, the wounded and maimed who lived to die 100 deaths. My father, Oliver Barrett, died in 1857. He left his family a large estate, plantations, a town home, and other real estate in Jackson, Negroes, and gold. My mother possessed a remarkable amount of executive ability for a Southern woman, and when father died, she spent most of her time on the plantation 5 miles from Jackson, which was the hub of the estate. That's Newstead. She had well-trained overseers, and things moved on fairly well under her management until the war came. Newstead was the name of our plantation, though frequently it was referred to as the Barrett Plantation. Newstead was a typical home of the early days. Now, we don't have a picture, but we've got a word picture here. The rooms were large, with wide halls that ran 4 ways. The ceilings were high, and the windows reached the floor. The huge white columns supporting the front gallery stood out like sentinels guarding the entrance. The banquet hall could comfortably accommodate 50 or more guests. Large fireplaces in every room readily took 6-foot logs. To the right of the house was a guest house of 2 large rooms. On the left, there was an office building where officials of the plantation transacted their business and kept records. All buildings were painted white, while the window blinds were a dark green. A long, low brick and glass greenhouse rambled down near a white picket fence that enclosed the yard. Here, the rarest of plants blossomed the year round. The house servants' quarters were well to the rear of the home, as well as was the smokehouse, where delicious ham, sausage, and bacon were cured. Stables and barn were far removed from the dwelling places, and the Negro quarters were quite a piece down a lane which led to the cotton fields. Their quarters were a miniature residential section within themselves. With the call to arms, every Southern white man volunteered. All of our overseers joined the Army, and soon followed the exodus of most of the slaves. With the coming of battles on our own soil, bedlam reigned. In 1863, also 1864, the Federal Army moved repeatedly across the area between Jackson and Vicksburg and repeatedly visited Newstead. When my mother would hear of the Federals' approach, she would send to Clinton, which was 5 miles from the plantation, for Sister Lucy and me. At first, she would send one of our fine carriages, drawn by 2 of the most beautiful horses the South could produce. Later, when all of her fine horses were confiscated by the Yankees, she was compelled to send a little Negro with a wobbly old horse and a mule. I would ride the mule, much to the merriment of my school chums. Sister Kate was not in good health, and once when news came that a raid was approaching, Mother went to see about her. The Yankees came sooner than was expected. I was left in the care of an old Negro servant, and when I looked out the front yard and saw a cavalry squadron riding into the beautiful flower beds, I was frightened. On seeing me, the captain rode up to our front steps with a civil greeting. I told him how sorry my mother would be about the destruction of her flowers and asked him to spare what was left of them. He immediately gave orders, and the soldiers rode onto the walks and driveways. Then the captain dismounted and came to where I was standing on the gallery. He asked me many questions in a gentlemanly manner. I was shy and reticent, and he saw that I did not know the answers. Finally, he asked me to give him something to read, and I gave him a little Bible. He then gave orders to his men, and they rode away without any further destruction. But later in the day, other cavalry appeared, overflowing both yard and a 30-acre lawn on which the house faced. Everywhere I looked, I could see Yankee soldiers. Of course, our yard and lawn were ruined. They did not attempt to enter the house, and in the meantime, Mother returned, walking. She had left in a carriage, but some Yankees took it away from her before she reached home. When the drive to capture Vicksburg was beginning, my brother Thomas, that's Thomas Hickman Williams, buried right here, and a number of his close friends and relatives were in Withers' Regiment of Artillery. That's Withers' Regiment, but Ratliff's Battery. They frequently paid us short visits to be wined and dined in true Southern style. Always we would invite our schoolgirl friends to be on hand. One morning we awoke to find the Yankees on one side of the Clinton and Jackson Road and our forces on the other. That road ran east and west. With Newstead practically in the center of the battlefield facing the Southerners, the battle commenced at dawn. Many balls whizzed overhead, bands were playing on both sides, only to have their notes drowned out by the boom of the cannons. One minute there would be Yankees in our yard, and the next there would be Confederates. Then both would clash before our eyes, bayonet to bayonet. This battle lasted 2 days, and on noon the second day, when both of the forces were closing in, we received orders to evacuate the house. We were given military escort to a deep gully about a quarter of a mile from the house. Our refuge was shaded by an immense oak tree. En route to the gully, we heard cannonballs tear through the trees, snipping off leaves and twigs. Many balls whizzed by, missing us by inches. There was a feeling of awe that pervaded the scene. Brother Tom was assigned as one of our escorts. The Confederate forces had a cannon stationed in our yard. They had moved up to get close by the second day. As we passed out the gate en route to the gully, I could see that they were getting ready to fire the cannon, and I wanted to see it done. I slowed down a pace, looking over my shoulder, and not only saw it fired, but took particular note of the young fellow who fired it. He later becomes her husband. Who fired it. Furthermore, the cannoneer saw me. I have carried a mental picture through the years of that sweet, daring smile that he threw me a mere second before the boom of his cannon rent the air. Uncle Jerry, one of our servants, brought us water to drink throughout the day, risking his life each trip he made. Of course, we had nothing to eat. No one thought of food. By 6 o'clock that evening, the armies had moved on toward Clinton, and we were returned to the house to find it, as well as the guest house and the office building, converted into a hospital. There were over 100 wounded Confederates and a large number of wounded Yankees. Among the mortally wounded was a young Yankee. He was placed on our front gallery to die. As I passed by him, he beckoned me to come closer. He asked me to write a letter to his sweetheart, to whom he was engaged. I wrote just as he dictated, telling how he loved her and wanted her to remain true to him, and they would meet again in the great beyond. That wasn't very unselfish. Anyway, he asked me to send her the plain gold ring which he took from his finger, and requested that I cut a lock of his hair and send that also. The scene was pathetic, and tears rolled down my cheeks as I did what he requested. We made the boy as comfortable as possible, and he died that night. I asked the young lady to please reply on receipt of my message so that I could be sure she received it. But it was 6 months later before I heard from her. In her letter, she expressed gratitude to me for what I had done. With Newstead converted into a hospital, my mother rose to the occasion wonderfully. She set aside one of the large rooms in the house for us girls, and we were not allowed to come out except on special occasions. While we were confined to our rooms, we girls made bandages and rolled them for the Army surgeons to use on the wounded. On the third day, when the battle had moved on and the dead bodies had been cleared from the premises, my friends and I, in company with the surgeon, were allowed to carry supper to the wounded soldiers. The Yankees were profuse in their expressions of gratitude for the treatment they were receiving. On the fourth day, the wounded had all been taken to Jackson, where hospital accommodations could be had. Jackson was now known as the town of chimneys, because in taking it, General Sherman saw to it that most of the homes were burned, and tall brick chimneys rose in the air to mark the site once occupied by houses. Uncle Jerry and Aunt Melissy, his wife, their two almost grown children, a son and a daughter, and 3 little orphans were all the Negroes left on the place when the Federal Army moved on. After the departure of the wounded, we all went to take a look at the battlefield. Some of the dead were scarcely covered. It was a gruesome sight. Uncle Jerry brought a spade and went over the field covering those exposed. He had to dig trenches and rebury a large number of the corpses. At one time during the Federal Army's presence in our vicinity, General Ulysses S. Grant and staff moved in and took possession of our entire plantation. General Grant established his headquarters in the front rooms of the house. He ordered that my mother be issued rations from day to day according to the number she had to feed. It was a bitter pill for my mother to swallow. Now we were virtually prisoners in our own home. For 2 weeks, General Grant and his army ruled supreme over Newstead, living on the fat of the land. His men drilled every day. It looked as if the whole face of the earth were covered with blue soldiers. When they left, they gave my mother rations enough to last 3 days. After that, we had to root hog or die. I'm getting close to the end. The confiscation of our animals and feed by the enemy was to be expected. It had up to this point been done under the supervision of Army officers, my mother being treated with deference. However, after General Grant moved on toward Vicksburg, a lawless element of the Union Army came coming in behind to plunder and steal. One would have to see a raid of this kind to form a just conception of it. They would draw the water out of the cisterns and cut the ponds to drain them with the hope of finding hidden treasures. A great many people of the South would take this means of hiding their gems and gold, only to lose them to the plunderers. During one of these raids, Sister Lucy, who was an ardent rebel, defiantly waved a Confederate flag in the face of the soldiers and sang the Bonnie Blue Flag, which greatly incensed the men, and one of the leaders warned my mother to send her away before she was arrested. The next day, Lucy was sent to South Carolina, where she would be safe for the time with relatives. If it hadn't been for Uncle Jerry and Aunt Melissy, I do not know what would have become of us. It was like magic the way they made food appear. With the abandonment of crops, all effort was turned to growing food for the table. The woods close by still held wildlife. Uncle Jerry was good at trapping, and he somehow managed to keep a gun. We learned to like possum and sweet potatoes. One morning, Uncle Jerry came home leading a limping horse. "Where on earth did you get that animal?" exclaimed my mother. "Well, Miss Sally," he drawled, "one of them bluebellies was about to shoot it, and I says I, better save that bullet, you mought need it." Then I allowed I'd knock him in the head for him. Instead of doing that, I hit him down in the swamp. The horse's leg was broken, but Uncle Jerry had done a good job of splinting it. Within a month, the horse could walk with only a slight limp. It was a fine, beautiful beast and was the only one we had to use around the place for several years. Uncle Jerry named him Happenwell, the good Lord provide for the needy, but we called him Happenwell for short. Now, the surrender of the South was a bitter pill to swallow, but it was good to have the war over. The coming home of the boys, even in defeat, brought occasions of great joy. Newstead once again became the center of social activities. Everybody tried to make the best of the terrible situation. Courtships were brief after the war. I look forward with great pleasure, I've skipped a lot of this romance here, with every meeting with Captain Ligon. Once we were entertaining with a quadrille at Newstead, and Captain Ligon was a guest. He chose me for his partner not once but many times throughout the evening. The day following, he asked my mother for my, for my hand in marriage. Of course, Uncle Jerry and Aunt Melissy had to be consulted. The old Negro mammy wiped tears from her eyes with her big homespun apron, but Uncle Jerry came right out with a piece of his mind. "Captain Ligon, I's done raised this here child. She ain't fully growed yet. Soon I'll be dead and gone. If you don't treat her right, I's gonna come back and hate you to your dying day." And that's the end of that. I ask that you read it. Courtships were brief for Tom too. We got 15 minutes. Courtships were brief for Tom too. As I said earlier, he had married and moved out to Edwards out here in this area on a bit of family land that they owned and made their life here. Tom ran a general store, merchandise store in town, was elected mayor for several terms and also served several terms as Justice of the Peace. And his later years was known affectionately in this part of the county as Judge Edwards. As I said, Tom and Mary had 3 children together. I said 4, one of them died. When he remarried Mary's sister Elizabeth, they had an additional 11 children. Here's a photo, and you'll have a copy of this photo. This is it's a great photograph of this is Tom, the ex-soldier, with his wife Elizabeth next to him, and this is my grandfather. This is Will Barrett, William Olive W.O. Barrett, in 1890, before he ever left to come to Lexington. There were in this group were Elizabeth Barrett that we've talked about that we went to see. Aunt Ara is also in this picture, and Aunt Elaine was in this picture. We met all of them. They moved to Oakland, California. They never married. They were involved. They were teachers, educators in Oakland, and I'm sure they must have been good ones. But they never married. Others went out there. Don Carlos, another brother of Tom, went out there. He became known as Mr. Stanford University. He was chairman of the Board of Regents. He was Stanford University for a long time. I mean, he did a lot for it. Jim Barrett, James Cannon Barrett, we met him. He brought, when we ate supper with him and spent the night with him, he came over and brought his wife who'd had a stroke and she couldn't talk or anything, but she was that mignon. And he was delightful. He had come out there and become a civil engineer and was the civil engineer, chief civil engineer for the city of Oakland. So he had done very well. Richard Watts Barrett was an attorney with Don Carlos Barrett. The two of them practiced law together and were very prominent out there. This is their house in the background. If you'll notice, this is 1890. The war's been over 1865, 75, 85, 25 years. Their house is unpainted. It looks, it looks terrible. It was said of the people of the South that a lot of houses looked like this, that they were too poor to paint and too damn proud to whitewash. But there's something in my crawl about why this happened. And I've got Nancy, can I read that letter? I should have not, that I wrote when I was head of the Farmers Home Administration. She's gone. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. In 1984, I was the head of, I was appointed by President Reagan I was the head of the Farmers Home Administration in Mississippi. It's a large bank that it's the lender of last resort to small farmers and to people. They had a housing program for people to buy houses. We got an allotment of about $30 million a year, and that's about what we always had spent. I saw in the rules that we could do exactly what we were supposed to do and get a lot more than that, but it wouldn't be political. The Yankees wouldn't like it, but there was 60 days at the end of the time that everybody had to turn in what they hadn't spent, and anybody could use it. It sounds fair. So I asked Senator Cochran, who was a good friend, and told him what my plan was, and he said, which was to have all these loans ready to go, and as soon as the money was free, to just pour it on them. And we wound up getting $335 million. And I got two people fussed at me about it. The national administrator, Mr. Schuman, wanted to know, what in the world was I doing? And I had a buddy that was the head of the Farmers Home in Wisconsin, and he said that the North pays the taxes and the South spends the money. Yeah. So I took 2 days off, and I went to the library in Jackson, and I did some research, and I wrote Mr. Schuman a letter. I knew I was leaving anyway. And so here's that letter, but the reason I'm reading this is that if you listen, it explains why we were poor, why Granddaddy Barrett didn't have any money, when he came here, why he had to scrap, and beg for, to get a loan at high interest rates, to survive. And so here we go. Dear Mr. Schuman, October 38, 1984. Dear Mr. Schuman, you've asked me how I could have engineered in good conscience the spending of $335 million for Farmers Home Administration housing funds this year in Mississippi when no other state got a third that much. Ron Caldwell, my Farmers Home counterpart in Wisconsin, complained to me that the North pays the taxes and the South spends the money, and he wants to know why. Let me tell both of you. In 1984, the South is still at the bottom of the economic ladder. We're climbing up, but we're still at the bottom. Why are we there? Do you think that Southerners, Mississippians, are stupid, or lazy, or trifling? Do we have some defect of intellect, of character, of soul, which has doomed us to second-class citizenship? Don't kid yourself. In 1861, the South was prosperous and happy. Civilization flourished here as nowhere else on this continent. And then we were invaded and overwhelmed by the Northern Union with its limitless supplies of men and armaments. The devastation, death, and destruction heaped on us is elsewhere unknown in the history of warfare. People nowadays can't conceive of the scope of the devastation. Genghis Khan, Attila the Hun, and Joe Stalin were pikers compared to Grant, Sherman, Beast Butler, and Sheridan. The South in 1865 resembled the landscape of the moon. Pillaged farms, burned out homes, rubble and ashes where cities had stood, torn up railways, bankrupt financial institutions. The Yankees left nothing. In Mississippi, the total property valuation was $4.5 billion in 1860. In 1865, just $1 billion was left, primarily being the value of the raw land, and the Yankee carpetbaggers soon took that. In Mississippi alone, over 6 million acres of land were taken at tax sales right after the war. What happened to the people of the South, Mr. Schuman? Let's look at the men. In Mississippi in 1861, there were some 70,000 white men between the ages of 18 and 45. Yet 78,000 Mississippians enlisted in the Army of the Confederacy. Of that 78,000, fully 1/4 were killed. Killed at Shiloh, Vicksburg, Chickamauga, Manassas, Cold Harbor, and 1,000 little places you never heard of. Killed always doing the same thing, defending their families, their farms, their homes against the northern invaders. Tens of thousands more were disabled for life. Only a relatively few were physically unscathed. In 1866, 1/2 of the entire budget of the state of Mississippi was for the purchase of artificial limbs. Turns out it was actually about 40%, but that's still the same point. Many thinking people believe that our women suffered even more grievously than their men. Aside from the physical suffering, the insult and deprivation, aside from the personal loss of fathers, husbands, sons, and brothers, the Southern women suffered the worst hurt of all, the crucifixion of soul that came from sacrifices made in vain. An observer of Southern womanhood wrote at the time, "Weak their hearts from too much sorrow, weak their frames from want and toil, toiling where the land is reeking with the blood that soaked its soil." In short, sir, your vengeful forebears not only laid waste to the Southern landscape, they also destroyed a generation of our people. However, the foregoing war story is not the point of this letter. The war lasted 4 years. Left alone, we could have overcome that. The oppression that followed lasted until World War II, and I'm not just talking about the military occupation and misrule of Reconstruction. Those crimes are well known to any schoolboy and need not be cataloged here. Let me state the case clearly. The Northern leadership determined that the prostrate South should be kept in economic vassalage and instituted an effective plan that did just that. High protective tariffs ensured fat profits for Northern manufacturers at the expense of Southern consumers. They paid us what they wanted for our raw materials, and they charged us what they wished for their finished product. Even more pernicious were the discriminatory freight rates imposed on the South. Manufacturers in the North moved their products much greater distances for much less money than could Southerners. Northerners could penetrate into the Southern market at a lower rate mile for mile than their competitors in the South had to pay for shipping similar articles within their own region. Moreover, special low rates for raw materials and agricultural supplies were arranged to facilitate their flow into northern plants. Of course, the beneficiaries of these rates were the northeastern manufacturer, not his potential Southern competitor, who lost whatever advantage lay in nearness to the raw materials. This economic discrimination did not end with Reconstruction. In 1887, long after the occupation troops had grudgingly been pulled back across the Mason-Dixon line, the Interstate Commerce Commission gave legal sanction to these railroad rates and classifications. As recently as 1938, Southern shippers still had to pay rates which were 39% higher than Northeastern shippers paid for the exact same services. There were other differentials that barred the way to any chance for Southern success at industrialization. The U.S. Steel Corporation took control of the Birmingham steel production and imposed on Alabama mills the system of Pittsburgh Plus. That is, the price of steel, this is what they got in, the price of steel at Pittsburgh plus the freight charge from Pittsburgh to wherever it was going to be sent. In 1909, the corporation decided Pittsburgh Plus was not sufficiently vindicative and exchanged that system for what's called the Birmingham differential. This meant that a consumer of Alabama steel, say in Montgomery, Alabama, had to pay the price at Pittsburgh plus an extra $3 a ton plus freight. After 1920, the differential was raised to $5 a ton. In 1924, the Federal Trade Commission expressed the opinion that the steel differential, quote, is retarding not only the growth of consumers in the South, but also the producers. Of course, that was the whole idea. Thus cut off from the better paying jobs and opportunities of industrialization, the great majority of Southerners were confined to the worn grooves of a tributary economy. Some of us immigrated to other sections, but we mainly stuck to farming, mining, forestry, or some low-wage industry, whether we liked it or not. The inevitable result was further intensification of the old problems of worn-out soil, cut-over timberlands, and worked-out mines. Charles Sumner died in 1874, but his soul went marching on. You see then what a blessing the Farmers Home Housing Program has been to the South. You see why we need such help. Having been kept in an economic hole for nearly a century, we need the boost that the Farmers Home was designed to give. In light of this historical perspective, Mr. Schuman, I hope you see that the $335 million we obtained from Mississippi is quite justified. We look on it down here as a token payment on a long overdue debt. Don't you agree? Sincerely, Don Barrett, State Director. He never answered. I read it. I want y'all to understand that what happened to us. So, all right.
Time to wrap it up.
It is time to wrap it up. I've got a final picture to show you. This is, move that. I don't need it. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. But I still have some masculine feeling. This is Tom, our great-grandfather, Thomas Hickman William Barrett, Judge Tom Barrett. He was taken in 1908 when he went to a reunion of Confederate troops in Birmingham, Alabama. Doesn't he look good? He still fits in his uniform. Handsome man. Two things. We're through. 2 minutes. This concludes the tour. You see that actually all of you came from a pretty noble line of Americans. I'm old. The torch passes to you to uphold that noble tradition, to be worthy of the legacy that you were given. And one final thing, most important thing I have to say, you notice that from the time George Soule came over on the Mayflower, Christianity has been a living, breathing part of the Barrett family. And it's not the Christianity that you go to church, most Sundays if you don't have a golf game, or maybe you go every Sunday. Christianity is about having a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. If there's, I know this, I've learned it sometimes the hard way in my own life, but it is if you want to have a joyous, happy life, if you want to have a completely successful and happy marriage, you have to put your trust in Christ Jesus. And He is there for you, He will be with you, and I guarantee you, you will have it. There's no true joy, peace, and happiness without Christ. Thank you. Good day. Tour is over.
Good job, Betty. Here, there's get you a